Welcome to another critical critique stream. I'm dying because it's cold. I'm dying.
It's getting warmer over here, although it's raining a lot these days.
It's been very, very, very cold. The Kiwi land. Good old Arctic fucking flash bullshit. But anyway, yeah, today we are getting ready. We're gonna be talking about women. Talking about women today. Oh, you like women, don't you?
Yeah, sure.
You're a woman person. We all like women on the stream. We think we respect the woman, right?
Yeah.
Apparently, sexualization bad. Apparently, but is it bad? That is the question for today. Is it actually bad?
Yeah.
Ooh.
Well, maybe Nretsew, maybe we should make a list. We of Critical Critique support slave rebellions.
We support slave rebellions. We support
the women.
We support women respecting. Yes, women respecting. We support. Oh God, what else would there be? There'd be like shit.
We'll make a list. We'll make a list.
We'll make a list. Make a list. You can put it as like a post-it note on the stream. This stream supports slave rebellions. Look, Samu, he's like, yeah, we love women, boys. Yeah, we love the woman. We love the woman. So this was a video that I think I can't remember. Did you find this one or I found?
I think you. You know, I won't be watching any Gacha, anything with Gacha on it. What do you think?
I think I might have found it. Yeah, but I pre-watched it a little bit. And I was like, oh, this is actually kind of interesting. And then there was one part that triggered me, and I was like, oh yeah, we got it. This will be fun.
Yeah, I'll go over to the video.
Yeah, let's see. We're gonna get straight into it today. So I mean, you already know we're starting off strong when we've got a Reddit post on stream.
It's Cura, I believe.
Oh, it's Cura.
Oh, yeah, it is
It's Cura. I thought it was Reddit. Oh, I fucking hate Reddit. But yeah. So, apparently, no, go easy on him, lads. He's only a little bit of a.
Oh wait, I forgot something too.
Oh yeah.
Remember we did last week a short stream?
Oh yeah, we did a short stream last week, didn't we, Ali? Yeah.
The curse
what
is
happened
real.
there, Ali? Would you like to tell the class what you did?
I went. I closed OBS and went to. No, I didn't close OBS. I closed the YouTube window and went to sleep.
Yeah, with his computer on.
The curse is real.
That stream. So that stream. No timestamps on that stream for obvious reasons. Because I can't be bothered fucking. Because you can imagine, like on the time bar, there'd be like a giant block that would just be nothing.
Yeah, but it would be just. I haven't checked, but it would be just 7 hours of music. So.
Yeah, 7 hours of lo-fi critical critique beats to start to. Yeah, no. So pretty much, yeah. Well, I mean, I can still take clips from the stream. I'll have to look at doing that. But we.
Yeah, you'll just have to download the 10-hour video first.
Yeah.
Oh, dead silence. Oh no. Oh yeah, because the video ends. I don't put it on loop. Oh dear.
That's what I was gonna say. So yeah, no, I I was like, oh damn it, Ellie. Hopefully that won't happen today. You'll remember to actually turn OBS on before you go to sleep. But yeah, so yeah, we were going to. I think you tried to cut it out of the stream.
Yeah, but the video is too long.
YouTube was like, nah.
Now, if the video is too long, YouTube doesn't allow cutting it up anymore. I can look at it one more time as we start up.
Yeah, it was very, very, very interesting. Yeah, so but yes, but I mean, look, the stream itself is still pretty fine as long as you
Oh
don't.
wait, it doesn't. It allows now, so you can just.
Oh well, maybe it's because it was processing. All right, well, maybe a version of the stream that will not be 10 hours long will show up at some point.
I'll cut it for at 4 hours for now, and then.
Because because I remember, yeah, the only thing is that the live chat will disappear, but we have the chat up on stream anyway, so you guys won't disappear anyway. It'll be fine. Yeah, you guys will always be on the stream thanks to us having the chat up on the screen. So even if we edit something out and we lose the live chat on the sidebar, you'll be around. But anyway.
I've saved you 6 hours of empty footage to
to download.
Yeah.
To download, yeah. All that, man. God, I wonder how many gigs that would have been.
I think it's last bit. I don't think it would be many because it's empty. It's has no sound and the view is the same, so it might just have some compression that it's one screen for every.
Chat is immortal. Yeah, chat is immortal. But yeah. But anyway, let's because we have to do it before we get into this video. There you go.
A
nice crack.
And we are going to try the 1 minute thing still somewhat.
Somewhat, yeah. We're gonna try the new rules. Try not to pause every 5 seconds. We'll see how it goes, basically.
Yeah.
Trial run.
This video is 20 minutes, right? I didn't check that hard.
It is a 20-minute video.
So we should try again, at least.
We will try not to pause every 5 nanoseconds. And let the man finish his sentences. So anyway, let's get right into it.
Why are the female characters in video games so sexualized? Western video game characters are ugly, stop ruining women. Interesting discourse, but what is a woman? Jesus Christ, I love women.
It's a little.
We made it 30 seconds. You made it 30 seconds, Ellie. You made it 30 seconds. You did it.
The video is less loud for stream, at least for now.
Yeah, it's very loud. Listen, guys, if you're gonna do your loud intro, you love women, right? Because women are cool, right? You gotta fucking don't blow everyone's eardrums out, okay?
Normalize the entire thing or something. Don't. I know it doesn't go over into the red, this thing, but sound. How decibel isn't how loud something is. It's just.
Yeah.
Have you ever seen that thing where a normal speaking voice is like 50 decibel, but then a screeching sound is like 30, but the screeching sound is way, way louder to your ears than normal talking?
Yeah, it's basically something like that. But I don't mind the intro itself, though, right? I like the whole, there's a discourse, but what is a woman? Oh, shit. Because I like it's a very interesting, because if you know anything about, like, political discourse, right? There was the whole Matt Walsh, what is a woman thing, right? So he kind of sets up a bit of a bait and switch there that I think is quite good, actually. Where you think, if you are politically inclined like I am, you're going to think, is he going to make like a what is a woman joke about like, Matt Walsh type thing? But then he switches it up and he's like, nah, man, I fucking love so I kind of like that. I don't know about you. I kind of like that. I thought that was kind of clever. It was quite good.
Yeah. Sorry, I am still also checking very naughtily the editing of the 10-hour video.
No. Oh no.
Multitasking, terrible.
Edit maxing. Ellie's edit, as the Zoomies would say, he is edit maxing. Early maxer. I've never really been a fan. Okay, controversial take. I've never really been a fan of Maxar.
I don't know
never
who
really
that
been
is.
a fan. He's a guy that does these like really heavily edited like video game review type things, and I don't know, maybe it's just because I'm getting old, right? But that kind of stuff where it's like shit, loud music, big cuts, big editing, big flash, big cut. That stuff doesn't really appeal to me that much anymore. Doesn't do a lot for me. I don't mind the guy. I'm not going to shit on the guy. I think what he does is pretty impressive, right? Like I'm not going to say that he's terrible, but it's just not. I'm just not that into it. I think it could also be the autism to it, like hurts my brain. Causes damage.
Sometimes you just grow out of a style. You know that. How do you say his name? Siege.
Oh yeah, Siege. Yeah,
Siege.
Yeah, Siege. I think Siege does the same thing, but he does it better because when Siege does it, he doesn't make it obnoxious, right?
Not on every single word of every single syllable that he's changing the frame. No, even Siege, I'm not watching if it's another game that I'm not if it's a game I'm it's a game that I know or am I interested in, then I'll watch it. Not if it's some random game I never heard of, then I'm not going to.
See, for me, it's kind of the opposite because I like him talking about games that I have no fucking idea what they are because it makes it funnier. Because I'm like, oh, I don't know nothing about this.
Well, it's either a game that I am already kind of interested in, so I'm going to watch it, or it's a game that
look,
that I'm just.
Jake. Sorry, I gotta defend myself here. Look, Jake, listen. Listen, I'm getting old, okay? I'm getting old. Samu's right. I got the boomer juice right here, right? That's what I'm drinking today. So I'm in that boomer era, right? We're about the same age. Listen. Age. No, I'm not gonna make that joke. But yeah, become boomer. Yeah. But no, look. I'm not. Again, I don't want to shit on him, right? I don't necessarily have a problem with it, but yeah, it's an editing style that I'm not too particularly fond of. But back to the video itself, though, I feel like the guy might be tapping into that a little bit. But I'm just saying I liked the bait and switch. I thought the bait and switch was quite good. I thought that was clever.
Yeah. Let's see how loud it's going to get.
Yeah, everyone get ready. Oh yeah, you hear that?
The dubstep kind of deal.
Crunch. Ooh, yeah, crunchy. But anyway, that's good. God, I'm sorry. I found this whole like super serious video essayist fucking like title, right? Like Hindal presents the impact of sexualized media in gaming, and it's like fucking whoop. So it's like Gouda. It's like, is this 2012? Yeah, it's like MLG fucking edit, MLG edit type shit, right?
Call of Duty commercials.
We're gonna be talking about sexualization in video gaming. 420 blaze it. Haha, get wrecked, kid. Get wrecked, kid. Oh, 360 no scope Mountain Dew. That's what this reminds me of. It's fucking funny.
Yeah.
All right. Time to calm down. Let's see if he actually starts talking.
Women. Fascinating, aren't they? The current debate of Western game women ugly and Eastern game women pretty is one that you may have stumbled upon if your interest is even remotely gaming adjacent. People complaining that Aloy has facial hair and that Mary Janes look like a potato or some shit like that. This discourse is almost old at this point, and honestly I won't even be touching on it too much because I almost never play Western AAA games. But one thing that is rather hard to ignore is that a non-negligible portion of the games I do play has content that is very provocative, for the lack of a better word. Where in the West you see games retracting from sexualizing their female characters, in the East the opposite has been happening for quite some time, and if anything it's kinda interesting to see this discrepancy. Now I'm gonna level with you. I don't like sexualized content.
That's where I got triggered. That's where I got triggered, because I'm like, okay, so the reason I got triggered was because you know how I have my irony detector, right? I got the irony detector going off, right? If the man's like, if the man actually plays something like Lane, right? Like especially because he brought up Azura Lane on the stream. I assume that his main game is Arknights because he has Arknights on the background, right?
Yeah.
But if he plays Lane, I'm sorry, bro, but you like sexualized content. You can't fucking play Lane. You can't fucking play Azura. Like, fucking Ellie. I'm gonna send you an image. I'm gonna send you something. Right.
My 4 monitors. Where is it?
We're gonna get demonetized. Okay, we're gonna get demonetized on stream right now because this was what Lane tweeted out literally like before the stream. Right, this is a skin. Right, look at this. Bring this up on the stream so we can get demonetized, right? Look at the yeah. Just the image, and nothing else.
Yeah, this is some website things for some.
We got to sort out that thing where you can download stuff to a fucking box. It's too small. Just download the image.
Nah, this is from the website with the website thing. So I have to cut. It's cropped inside a big ass box, so I have to do this before, and then I can do this.
Get that nice and fucking there you go.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Where is it? It's over the window capture over here. Then I do this.
Oh yeah, we might talk a little bit about that, Gooter, in a sec. But I want to make this point. Yeah, there you go. Look at this. Look at that.
On top bit.
I don't like sexualized content, says the man who plays this game. Right? I don't like sexualized content, says the man who fucking, if he does play Lane, right? Because I'm assuming he does if he brought it up on stream. He might not, right? Fucking
all I know is that Azura Lane is the more risque of the bunch of the gachas.
They've been really pushing it lately, right? They've been really pushing it. A lot of it's like Good has been saying. Those Live 2D skins lately, man, they've been fucking. I think they are getting real close to pushing the edge of what the app stores are going to allow. They're getting real fucking saucy with them.
Yeah, but I wanted to go a little bit actually myself.
Actually.
Yeah, I was waiting for a pause instead of demanding it. That is that there aren't many AAA Western games coming out anyway, right? Because it's right. All right. I'm sorry. It's in my head, not yours head. He's saying that there's a AAA pretty East women, AAA ugly West women, but there hasn't been very much AAA East or West, right?
I'm trying to think what was. I mean, Stellar Blade came out, obviously.
But that's not AAA.
Well, yeah, it's not
so...
really AAA, but yeah. I guess it really depends on how you define AAA. I don't know how you define it.
Because most of the AAA that I am thinking of right now is either something like the Call of Duties or maybe even the Assassin's Creed.
Yeah, so I can kind of get what you're saying, and I think it just ends up maybe because there's so little AAAs, maybe that could be why people hyper focus on them, right? Like Spider-Man, and what was it, the other one, Horizon, right? Even though I actually think Horizon is AstroTurf to shit because I don't know why.
By Sony, I guess.
Yeah, by Sony, because it's like that game feels like the most like normal game ever, right? Like it's just fine, right? Like it's not even. I'm not even going to say it's a bad game, right? It looks fine, but I never see anyone talk about the gameplay. I never see anyone like post gameplay unless it becomes like a meme to get people to post gameplay, which it did on Twitter for a while because no one was posting gameplay, right? No one ever really talks about the story or what it's about or what happens in the story, right? But I see the game everywhere, right? The game is everywhere. Like people post pictures of her. There's the whole discourse the guy was talking about with like the facial hair or whatever, or her becoming like Nick Avocado or whatever his name is, right?
I don't know.
Making her fat or something, right? Like, but like, what I'm saying is like it feels like the game only like exists, like it just exists, right?
Yeah.
I never see any like, because with stuff like, you know, I don't know, Arknights or whatever, right? To use that as an example, since the guy's playing that in the background. People, when I see people talking about Arknights, they'll be talking about the characters, they'll be posting fan art, they'll be talking about the story, they'll be talking about the lore, they'll be talking about, oh man, this new character is like power creeping, right? She's too powerful, she destroys everything, right?
Mm-hmm.
So and so and so and so. They'll be talking about like the game and stuff. I don't see that maybe I'm just not in the right circles, but I never see that in discussions about Horizon Zero Dawn.
Yeah, but my point
despite the fact it's everywhere, right?
Yeah, but so this is kind of my point, right? There is not a lot of AAA anyway. Most of the AAA is full body shooters, some kind. And then there's some. Then people are going to compare Sony's Forbidden. What's the name game called again?
What, Horizon?
Horizon, yeah, Horizon. They're going to compare Horizon to Azure's, as, oh look, Azure has pretty ladies and Horizon doesn't. But that's not even...
Yeah.
What are you comparing here, guys? Is the entirety of the Eastern Hemisphere is Arknights and Azure Lane, and the entirety of the Western Hemisphere is Call of Duty and Horizon?
I don't know. I think
Overwatch exists, you know.
Yeah, but I mean, yeah, I don't know. I feel like you could make an argument that there has definitely been a desexualization, and at least in like Sony and that kind of thing. Because I mean, Overwatch isn't trying to be they desexualize as well. There's been like costume censorship, and they remember the whole controversy where they removed Tracer's ass. Yeah, Gouda beat me to it in the chat. He's so it's kind of like I think people are kind of tapping in on something here with this overall feeling of desexualization happening in the Western side versus the Eastern side, where there seems to be a lot less of a problem with games having at least a little, like, not even like, let's say, hypersexualized, right? To kind of, because Lane is obviously hypersexualized, right? It is leaning into that, right?
So
I'm talking about like, oh, it's just a normal fucking looking chick.
So something like even Samus, right? Samus Aran, super cool.
Yeah, Samus.
One of my favorite characters. In Dread, it's like 2 years ago, in Dread, she has a damn hourglass figure and her hips sway with every walk she takes in cutscenes.
And that's fucking Nintendo.
So, where was I going with this? Yeah, but that's... If you're going to call that AAA for this moment, right? I don't know where the comparison between East and West is just very muddled. And if you're going to take Horizon, then what about Samus? If you're going to do and there is not a lot of... sorry, I'm all over the place. What I was going to say... I'm thinking of something, you start talking, and I forget what I was going to say. What I was going to say is that there is not a very, double A is very rare, because it's become a lot more rarer these days, right? The something on the scale of a 2D Metroid is rarer. So
yeah, well, we don't have things like Senran and Kagura either on the sexualization side. So
now you have Hades, and everybody loves all the sexy women in Hades 2. So if there was just more studios of of the size of Hades or Mercury's team who made Metroid Dread, you would see more out there designs, more risque designs, more stuff, and all that stuff is now contained in, it seems like, in Korean gacha games, in Chinese and Korean gacha games, and the West doesn't really doesn't have that industry anymore.
Right. I can get where you're coming from. I think you are kind of onto something, but I do feel like there has been to step my foot in that political dog shit, right? I do think that there has been a push from certain proclivities, right, online to desexualize things. I mean, if we look back to the Anita Sarkeesian days, the entire point of Anita Sarkeesian's entire fucking saga was video games are too sexy, sexualization is bad because it's sexist or whatever, right? And there are a lot of people, even in the industry, that do agree with those ideas, right? So I do think that I think it's probably a bit of both, right? I think if we did have some more kind of AA, maybe single A, indie type stuff, right, that would lean a bit more into the sexualization on the Western side.
Or it's more of a broader spectrum, right? Because now it's either it's either safe designs or full-on body armor because you're in a military shooter. That's kind of the deal.
Right. Well, let's loop back around and get back to the video in a sec. Because again, I got triggered by this, right? Because I don't like sexualized content, right? Like, my actual issue with this statement, right? And I believe he's going to talk a little bit more about it in a second, but I kind of want to cut it off on the pass deliberately here. Is that you have to define what you mean by that, right? Because you have people like, obviously, the lane stuff is sexualized content. Obviously, right? I'm not going to sit here and try and debate that the thing that we showed on screen just now wasn't sexualized, because that would be fucking stupid, right? But there are a lot of people out there that have this really weird idea of what, sexualized content is, right? Like, oh, the girl showing too much thigh is sexualized content. Oh, a slight little bit of cleavage is quote unquote, full-on sexualized content. There was a short kind of sidetrack, right? And then we'll get back to the video. There's been a lot of discourse on the twatters right now, with minors whining about people wanting minors out of adult spaces, right? And one of the common arguments that they've been talking about, like they've been trying to use, is, oh, but if I go onto Google Images with Safe Search turned on, I can find porn. Ellie, did you know this? Did you know that if you go on Google and you type in like Five Nights at Freddy's character name or whatever, you're going to see porn, even with Safe Search turned on? And so I'm sitting here watching these kiddies make this argument, and I'm like, what the fuck are they talking about? Is this real, right? So I go on Google, right? For the first time in like 3 years, I go on Google and I copy paste the name of whatever character they were bitching about, right? And I make sure my safe search is turned back on, because I usually have it turned off, right? Turn it on. Where's the porn? Where is it? There's no porn. What do you mean? It's just fucking normal fucking images. Yeah. Like, but then I was reading some other guy's argument with one of these zoomies, because I don't talk to them, because I'm not. You think I want to fucking talk to kids on the internet? Fuck that. I'm not gonna fucking ask them, right? But I was looking at someone else's argument, and the guy was like, "Oh, here's some examples, right?" And it was like My Little Pony stuff, right? So he typed in like My Little Pony, like Rainbow Dash or whatever, into the Google search bar with Safe Search on. And do you want to know what the horrific sexualized porn image was, Ali?
A human, an anthropomorphized character outfit?
No. It was Rainbow Dash as an album cover to some SoundCloud rapper with a condom packet in its mouth.
Oh.
That was the porn. That was the porn they were going off about. And do you want to know what the other examples were? Random DeviantArt BBW porn, where it's literally they're not even naked. It's just the characters, but they're fat. And that's apparently porn to the kiddies these days. Because here's the thing, because when I hear them say, oh, there's porn on Google Images with safe search turned off, right? My first immediate thought is, wait, is there actual fucking? Right? Are you stumbling upon actual explicit content on Google with safe search turned on? Right? Because if they are, right, if that's true, then that's a problem with Google that they need to sort out. Their safe search needs to be fixed, right?
Yeah.
Obviously, right? So that's why I'm thinking, wait, is this actually real? But then I go in and look into it, and it's like, they're freaking out over what I would consider the most PG-13 level, oh, the character is drawn in a pin-up pose, but they're perfectly fully clothed still, right? There's no actual sexualization going on, right? In an extreme way. PG-13 would be the best way to describe it. It's I'm sorry, but just some random DeviantArt fetishist drawing of a character fat as fuck, right, is not gonna traumatize you.
No, I know from an old Nicki clip where if you search for B-roll on Google Images, safe search on, the stinger of one of the B-roll, one scroll wheel down, is a big cock. I don't care for it to replicate it.
Yeah, no, but you see, the thing is I can the filters are not perfect, right?
Yeah.
Obviously, the filters are not perfect. But I was the way that these kids have been reacting to it makes you think they're just oh, they Google any child character, child property character, whatever, right? And it's just nothing but porn, right? That's how they're acting. But then you actually do it, and it's no, that's not what's going on at all. So that's why I'm when this guy is oh, I don't like sexualized content, right? I'm hoping that he's going to get into okay, well, how are you going to define that, right? What is the level of sexual content that you don't have an okay? Because there's characters in Arknights that are somewhat sexualized. Arknights is a bit more reserved than something like Lane, right? But Arknights definitely has some characters that are, they've got some
in
design elements
or something.
Oh yeah, they have swimsuit skins, and they have other things. Some characters do have elements to them that are definitely of the sexual proclivity. So it's kind of so again, so that's we've waffled on for a little bit. So let's get back on track. I just kind of wanted to bring that up because I felt it was kind of relevant to make the point of, okay, well, what do you mean by sexual content? Because do you mean the Zoomer idea of sexual content where it's oh no, it's slightly suggestive, that's porn, right? Or do you actually mean Azura Lane type stuff, right? That's kind of what I mean. So anyway, let's continue.
I know that's rich coming from the guy who's been watching big titty anime girls on Twitch for the past 3 years, but almost every time I see sexualized content in some form of non-sexual media, it's either negligible on the impact it has on the work or actively disruptive. Very few are the occasions where I feel like it adds to the overall content. So few in fact that I can't think of any examples off the top of my head. But that's just...
Okay, can you think of any examples of something that was improved by sexual content, Ellie? What do you think?
Improved?
Yeah, because that's his point right here. Is he
improved by sexual content? That's hard because he just showed something he just showed off Dress Up Darling, and the actual tension of sudden intimacy is enhancing the story itself, dealing with those intimates with skin, with contact, and how it's at some point is a big deal and at other points it's not a big deal at all, and depending on and sometimes it's for the one and sometimes it's not for the other. Parts of the story of Dress Up Darling is dealing with that boundaries for one and the other. So But it's kind of hard to say then it's added because it feels very much part of the story itself.
Yeah, that's kind of what my problem is with this point, and why I wanted to pause here, right? Because I feel like he makes this point that firstly, irony poison. Haha, I watch the big titty VTubers, right?
Mhm.
Yeah, I don't like sexualized content, but I'll watch the big titty streamers that are big titties, right? But then he gets into this point of like, okay, well, I don't feel like when because he's very specific in his wording, right? When sexualized content is added to a non-sexualized work, right? I feel like there's some missing definitions going on there. Like,
So
what do you?
I recently learned that the episode 11 from Dress Up Darling again. The whole she's wearing a succubus outfit and they hear her sex in the next door room and the whole sexual tension from that entire minute-long scene. That's anime original.
Oh, interesting.
So in the manga, it's apparently, I was told, like one panel, like one panel, 3 panels, less than a page. In the anime, it's a full minute with full on. It's a thing. It's a scene. It's
yeah. They do that thing where they oh god, what's the adaptation, adapt the work, adaptation. Ooh, what?
So, is that then added sexual content? So actual sexual scenes?
Yeah, and is it a negligible addition or detract? Because that was the other part of his point. He's like, to him, most of the time when that stuff is quote unquote added, does it, it's negligible or it detracts from the work? And I mean, like you've been saying with Dress Up Darling as the example, it sounds to me at least that it adds to the work to have that extra sexual tension, right?
Yeah,
and especially when you consider, right, like if you're reading the manga, obviously there's no audio, right? But in the anime, they can actually have the kimochi or whatever, right? Like they can have the fucking sounds or whatever, yamate going on in the background. So that adds, you're gonna be added anyway, isn't it? Right? Like that's gonna be a completely different.
So
thing.
another not related to sexiness at all. In Frieren, in the manga author or artist is apparently not very good at action scenes. So there isn't much action scenes in Frieren at all. In the anime, there's plenty of action. So whole entire fight scenes are invented to have cool fight scenes in the anime.
And they're gorgeously animated too.
And we all cheer every time. But they're all practically or entirely anime original.
But I guess this guy though is talking more about the addition of sexualized content in general to
I don't know,
to something that. But again, it really, like, how do you like this distinction? Excuse me. This distinction between sexualized and non-sexualized media, right? This distinction that he's created, I think, it's kind of arbitrary, right? Because how would Game of Thrones fit into that, right? Like, because Game of Thrones has sexual content in it, has a lot of sexual content in it, has incest in it, right, etc., etc. One of the first episode ends on a fucking brother sister incest sex scene, right? So is that like added sexual content to my like how do you like parse this out is the problem that I have.
Yeah,
right? How do you actually define these things?
It is putting sexual content on a pedestal in that way, separate from anything else.
And I don't see why it has to be separate from everything else. Like, I don't understand why.
One last example from me is that in Loser Rangers, Reject Rangers, the anime of the scene.
The anime of the season, yeah.
Yeah. Well, I'm tossing it up between that and Girls Band Cry, but that's for later.
Yeah, we'll talk about that
that
later.
in the manga, the original manga, when Fighter D is grabbing a golf club and hitting Tokita in, the clown makeup
Clown
guy.
man, yeah, clown man.
In the manga, it's comedic, kind of low detail, kind of not CG.
Oh yeah,
but
he's getting beat up. Yeah,
a wacky sound, and then small panels, small funny detail gone. In the anime, it is glass breaking, blood splattering,
it's more
dark
visceral,
silhouettes. And apparently, I can believe that because later in this episode, even the episode we're going to talk about, he returns and he has a huge ass bandage.
Yeah, he's fucked up.
He lost an eye apparently, so it doesn't really fit with the tone that he in the manga, that it's a comedic scene that he's getting his head. He's getting a little bit of clubbed. He gets a little bit smacked around, and then
he gets a bit of a bonk.
He gets a bonk, and then everything is fine. Oh no, he's not fine. He lost an eye, and his skull is fractured or whatnot. So the anime made it more gruesome, more in line with what came later.
More visceral, it added consistency. But to round off and get back to the video, right? Like I don't like this whole sexual content needs to be put on. It's like you said, it's put on a pedestal, right? And it has to be judged, right? Its existence has to be like justified, right? And then judged as being a thing. So anyhow, let's continue.
Just me giving you my shitty opinion so that you may harass me in the comments. The truth is that if it's
god damn it, I knew I wasn't gonna do it. So, okay, I get one. I get one. I get this one. Because, bro, just because it's your shitty opinion doesn't mean you get to hide behind that as a shield, right? You don't get to go like, I really fucking want to talk about this because I fucking hate it, right? Stand by your fucking opinions, right? Okay? It doesn't matter if it's a shitty opinion. I would have way more respect for you if you stand by that shitty opinion instead of being like, oh, it's just an opinion, man. You can't. You can't. Criticism invalid because opinion, or criticism. Haha. It's okay to criticize it because it's haha funny opinion, right? So it's like no. Fucking stand by your shit, right? Stand by what you say, right? Or don't fucking say it at all. You know. I hate it, but anyway, let's not pause for like a minute. Let's let him cook.
It's not too blatant. I don't mind it that much. However, over my years living on the cursed dirt wall, I have come to one realization, that being that sex sells. Thank you. I'll be taking my Nobel Prize in psychology now. But really, sexualization is everywhere, both in subtle ways and not, because it is potentially one of the most exploitable characteristics of the human nature, or sexually reproducing creatures as a whole. The goal of biology is to spread the genome forward, so it's not at all surprising that a system like that could be hijacked for the sake of profit. And that business strategy, if you can call it that, is exploitative of everyone. I'm not sure if this happens in other places, but in my country, nightclubs have separate entrance prices depending on your gender. Women pay less to enter, ensuring that the establishment will be decently packed with eligible bachelorettes, which in turn will attract men who will pay more for the entrance. This is the most blatant example I can think of. Women are being exploited for their values as objects of attraction, while men are being financially exploited.
Interesting. Didn't think we were going to go this direction.
So it feels.
All right, I'll let you go first.
Alright, so to be very to go immediately into dismissive mode, it is it feels like he's very underqualified to start talking about this. Because at least I don't feel he's laying down some basis right now. He's just kind of claiming that he's doing. I don't know. He's doing some weird Puritan version of if you are engaging or buying or enjoying or something, are motivated by something sexual that is somehow degrading on your being. That that the nightclub thing, yeah, that's some weird ass strategy of theirs. That's not really what I'm caring for right now. It's more his attitude that if you are motivated in some sorry.
Yeah, no.
No, this apparently the stream is not that great quality. YouTube is
Oh
complaining
no.
somewhere.
Oh no.
Stream chat, if you notice
Yeah,
that,
stream chat. Let us know if there's problems, and Ellie will try his best to fix it.
yeah, or
Continue.
yeah, that sex sales and sexualized content is here in subtle and unsubtle ways. I don't, but the implication is that it's bad, right? That there's something insidious and seedy about it. And the clip that he showed of some nightclub and in the darkness, and some women that might be hookers, only reinforces that image of seediness, of immoralness.
Apparently Jake's here watching the stream at 240p. I mean, part of that could just be because of the servers, right? Because Ellie streams to European data center probably, and then it streams to fucking whatever. I don't know. It could be his internet. Who knows? Doesn't matter. But anyway, I'll let you finish up, and then I'll.
No, my point is really he's kind of putting sexualized content in on this pedestal of derision.
So my angle, which is kind of similar to your angle, is everything is cynical, right? Where the sexualized content is just a marketing capital. Oh god, throat's been a bit iffy this week. It's all just a cynical marketing strategy. Big sex sells, make money, add titty to get big profits. Capitalism boardroom type thing. And this is a common sentiment that I've seen a lot online, where people have. Funnily enough, Anime Outsiders had a tweet that I was considering responding to, but I didn't. I probably should have, because he quote tweeted Azura Lane on one of the 2D live 2D skins, and he was making the point, so something along the lines of, man, they must be desperate when they're desperate for money or strapped for cash when they're resorting to this level of sexy content, right? Or it was something along those lines. I don't remember the exact wording of his tweet, but it was something like that, right? And so I took umbrage with that, because you know me, I feel we could talk about Snowbreak in a minute, Gooder, actually that's another example, but I don't really I don't like when it's the idea that that sex is only ever added to something for cynical reasons, right? I don't think the creators of Stellar Blade, right, made the character sexy in the way that they made it sexy purely just to make money. I have a feeling that they actually enjoy that kind of sexualization and simply want to create the thing that they want to create, right? It's the same for Azura Lane, right? I don't think it's necessarily all about, hey, if we do this, it's going to make us more money. I think there is some genuine passion there, right? And the Snowbreak example is quite interesting, because they started off as not being as sexual, and then they added the sexualized content, and maybe as a cynical marketing strategy, maybe not, and it's apparently led to the voice actors for the English dub walking out, which is quite funny. But I would have to look more into that case specifically to know if that is actually a case of it being cynical or not, right? Because it could be that maybe they just decided to change direction for purely actual creative reasons, right? So it's kind of like, I don't like it when people boil the sexual content stuff down to just being all about making money, because there's plenty of, I mean, we follow heaps of lewd artists, don't we, Ali? We've got artists that we follow on Twitters, on Pixiv, on whatever. I'm retweeting artists all the time, right? I don't think, at least on the JP side, or on the Western side, I don't think most of those artists are purely doing the work that they're doing just to make money, right? Because let's be real, like, lewd artists are kind of a dime a dozen. You could find lewd art fucking, if you go actually looking for it and not on Google Images, right? You could, if you're after that kind of stuff on Pixiv or whatever, you could find it, you could find fucking hundreds and thousands of artists drawing the exact same kind of stuff, right? So it's a saturated market. So if you were getting into it just to make money, you have to do something that's, different from the pack in that regard, right? So I don't think it's necessarily all about the cynical capitalism, big money type stuff. I think there is a lot of genuine passion from these devs and artists making the sexualized content, and I feel like that doesn't get kind of addressed in a lot of these points. It all just kind of defaults back to, no, it has to be some capitalist plot to make, they added swimsuit skins. They added the swimsuit skins because they had to. They were forced to by the capitalist system.
But the reason why it's all a plot against their will, or either a plot against their will, or a cynical move, is because anything sexual is tainted. It's right.
Yeah, why would someone deliberately taint themselves?
Yeah. That's what I kind of feel the vibe. Or at least now, not from this video, but more because the vibe that I get from this video is this inherent, this system internalized disdain for sexualized, for sexiness.
And his example of the nightclub is really interesting too, because I don't feel like that's in any way comparable to, like, I don't know, Arknights having swimsuit skins.
Well,
right?
the example of the nightclub was something that was more about the women getting there in cheaper, so men can get lured into them. Right.
Yeah, but I think Gouda made a really good point in the chat where he said the women are theoretically consenting, right, by entering the club, right? They they get in the club cheaper. They're consenting to being maybe not necessarily not like knowingly, I guess, and I think that could be a problem. But if you had like a ladies' night, right, at the club, and it's clearly advertised as the ladies' night, right, where the ladies get in cheaper, right? You kind of like, I don't know. I don't feel like that's as exploitative as he makes it out. I do think that there is some level of exploitation there, but I think you could argue, I feel like there is an argument to be made there that if you knew that, oh, I'm getting in cheaper because they want more men to come in and spend more money, right? If you knew about the exploitation and you still agreed to it, it's a bit different than it not being, being unknown.
But we should continue with the video.
Yeah.
I don't think on motives right now.
Yeah, because then we're just going to be speculating. Like, we're just going to rip his hypothetical apart, and that's not really worth it. So anyway, let's continue.
This pattern is fucked and it's everywhere. Ever notice how gacha games often have a roster that consists of mostly females? Why is that? To quote one of the best tweets I've read this week, because the gentlemen like big titty bitches, next article, write some real fucking news. Honestly, true. Based, even. And like I said in the beginning, if the sexualization doesn't get in the way of the story/theme/game/activity, I don't mind it that much. If it's moderate, I'll even welcome it. It's one of the reasons why Arknights is one of my favorite gachas. The roster is mostly female, but the character design focuses a lot more on visual storytelling and aesthetics rather than blatant sexualization. Even the swimwear skins have bigger emphasis on aesthetics and characterization rather than actual sexualization. Let's compare this, for example, with Azure Lane. Here's a swimsuit skin in Arknights, here's one in Azure Lane. Here's a Racing Queen skin in Arknights, here's one in Azure Lane. Here's a maid skin in Arknights, here's one in Azure Lane. I'm not here to shit on the ship game, by no means. I don't even have the authority to criticize it since I've never played it, nor do I know anything about the.
Okay, well there you go. He hasn't actually played Lane. He's just using it. So that's the thing, right? It's like, but the Arknights and Lane are two very different games that are aiming for two very different like vibes, right? Like Arknights is aiming for a more grounded, I wouldn't say realistic, quote unquote, as not realistic in the way that we would normally consider realistic, right? But realistic in the sense of that the world building is a
so let's call it dramatic.
Dramatic, yeah. It's a more dramatic vibe. Whereas Lane is obviously going for a more light-hearted kind of like there is a bit of I don't read the story in Lane, to be honest, because I don't care enough about it. I just like collecting the ships. I don't actually read the story in Lane. I've heard the Lane story is pretty okay, right? But it's some complicated shit about cubes and energy and
infinite replicating enemies.
Yeah, so there's a bunch of shit. There's a bunch of shit. There's a bunch of shit. I don't know. But here's the thing, right? Like, they're both aiming for like two very different things, right? And I mean, I feel like yes, Arknights is definitely less sexualized than Lane, and you could prefer one or the other, right? That's perfectly fine. That's personal preference. That's great and all. But I wouldn't really say that Lane is like degrading the value of its characters by having them be more sexualized, right? In a sense, especially when like a lot of those characters, from reading like quotes about them, right, they typically tend to fall into either archetypes or they will actually be actively sexual. But yeah, it's yeah.
I'm having difficulties because I don't play any of these games. So
well, you don't really have to play any of these games to like tackle the actual points that he's making, right? Because like the general point that he's trying to make here is like I don't know. Let's hear it again. Let's hear it again because I kind of want to. I don't want to go back too much. Yeah, because I have to get like refreshed here. So he's talking about the nightclubs.
Financially exploited. This pattern is fucked and it's everywhere. Ever notice how gacha games?
Yeah, because he's making the point about gacha games and women, right? Like why do gacha games have so many female characters versus male characters? And the reason is because men, because people like big titty bitches, right? And then he does his comparison between how it's handled and there we go. We'll leave a zero line up on the screen there for everyone.
Oh, it's not on my screen. It's back to Arknights.
Oh no. Oh well, the Arknight skins are nice. Let me see if I can.
Now I have the maids Azura on screen.
I have to wait because it's.
I have Azura maids on screen.
Okay, good. We're good. So, but like, yeah. So his overall point is twofold, right? It's okay. Why are there so many women, right? And he answers that with, well, because people just like big titty anime bitches, right? Which is true and based, apparently, according to him, right? But then he gets into like. He uses the tried and true argument of, as long as it doesn't impact the story, quote unquote, right? Like impact the narrative or impact the story, quote unquote. And I always find that argument to be really lacking because how do you even define that, right? What? Because it would be one thing if it's like, you have like a serious like game, right? Let's say like you have like a situation. What would be a good example of this, right? Like if you had, let's say Call of Duty. Right? So you're playing Call of Duty, right? You're playing the big military, gruff men, military shooter, hyper realistic. All the guns are super high detailed, and then all of a sudden, like out of nowhere, right? You're playing Call of Duty, and suddenly Nicki Minaj is there, right? Suddenly, you're in your multiplayer match, right? You're in your multiplayer match. And you're trying to kill your enemies, and then suddenly it's just Nicki Minaj twerking her ass in the corner, and then you die, right? That's what I think he should like. That's what it sounds like he's talking about, right? And I use that very specifically as an example because that's real. Because I don't know if you've been following what Call of Duty's been up to with like Warzone or whatever, but they've been doing the Fortnite thing where they just do all these collabs.
Yeah,
with, like,
last I heard. I heard a while ago.
They had one recently that was like a velociraptor, and I'm not gonna lie, that one was actually kind of cool. Like the dinosaur one, where it's like a velociraptor dude, and he's like got like a. I actually like look. If you're gonna go like wacky, crazy, dumb stuff, right? At least you go all the way.
Yeah, but
it,
right, it's to deviate even further. These are all, from what I understand, are all special modes, special events. Contained within their own section. So Warhammer 40k was a thing for a little bit, and now it's Gundam. Everyone is wearing Gundam suits and shooting guns.
Well, yeah, but my main reason I bring that up is because he's making this argument of, as long as it doesn't detract from the story / narrative or whatever, right? And so I'm using that as an example of like, yeah, okay, if that was what was happening, right? Like, you're trying to enjoy like the Arknight story or whatever, all of a sudden Nicki Minaj starts twerking and like just out of nowhere, just smash cut to Anaconda or whatever, right? Or, I don't even know if that's her song. I don't fucking know. I don't care about any of these fucking celebrities, right? But that's the point, right? But the thing is like Azura Lane, you know what you're fucking getting when you play Azura Lane, right? Like the whole like game is built around the sexy like ship waifus, right? It is a ship waifu collecting game. That is the reason you're playing Lane, is to have fun with the ship waifus and raise your daughter, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right? That's the reason you played Azura Lane. You're not going into Azura Lane, I don't want to say this in like a demeaning way, but it's like it's not like you're not going into Azura Lane expecting Game of Thrones, right?
Yeah.
Or like something like that. So I'm kind of like, so that's why I'm kind of like, I don't like this. I don't find the argument of, I'm fine with the sexualization and whatever, as long as it doesn't detract, because they never define what that actually looks like. Like, what do you mean? Like, how is Azura Lane's sexuality and sexual content detracting from Azura Lane's story? Right?
I can only imagine that it's something like what I had with those Hokkaido Gals series, right? Where I watched it, I had fun for like 3 episodes, and then I felt this is too much wish fulfillment fantasy kind of deal. Everybody just likes the main character way too quickly, is way too quickly into him, and he hasn't really displayed any kindness back. Well, where I saw in Gojo, in Dress Up Darling, Gojo is a character. Gojo has stuff.
Yeah, but I guess my point, though, to use your examples, right? My point is like, yes, okay, I guess for you it was distracting in Hokkaido Girls, right? Because the character is just a blank slate, so and so and so and so, right? But I guess maybe people are like saying it in the wrong way, I guess, and that's what's triggering me, because it feels to me, because I don't like, because this, when they say, it detracts from its own story, right? Like if Hokkaido Girls, because again, I haven't watched Hokkaido Girls, so I wouldn't know, right? But if Hokkaido Girls was set up from the beginning to be what it is, right? Then are you going to criticize it for being what it is, right? And like, if you're going to do that from a perspective of, I just didn't like it, that's fine, right? That's personal preference. But it's almost like, I opened a can of tuna and there was tuna in it instead of tomato sauce. Why is there no tomato sauce in my tuna? Right? Like, right? That, I guess that's kind of what I'm getting at. Like, it feels really weird when you have something like Azura Lane that's deliberately trying to be sexualized, right? And you're criticizing it for deliberately trying to be sexualized compared to something that's obviously not. That's for something that's trying to be a different vibe, right? In a sense.
Yeah, Jake says that Hokkaido Girls is Hokkaido Girls is what it is, but I saw or was watching Dress Up Darling at the same time, so it was very much under snowed.
Yeah, also, and Azura Lane does, like, I don't read the story, like I mentioned, just because Samuel brought it up, right? I don't read the story in Lane, but it does have a story, and the story is treated somewhat seriously in a sense, right? But I've criticized Lane in the past for being a bit disjointed in that respect because like some parts of it are more serious than other parts of it, right? But I feel like when you look at the package overall, right, it's like you get what you get in the tin, right? Like you're getting what you're kind of paying for in a sense. I mean, if you're not paying for it because it's free to play or whatever, but you get what I mean, right? Like you get, it's again, to use my tuna analogy, right? It's like you buy a tin of tuna and you open it and you get your tuna and it's like yeah, I got tuna, right? I can't really complain about the fact that I got tuna. But if you opened the can of tuna and were like, where the fuck is my tomato sauce, right? It seems like a really weird complaint to me, right? And that's, I guess, where I disconnect with the argument of, but it detracts from the story. Like, okay, well, but what if the story is like centered around that? Like Magic Gushing Over Magic Girls, for example, right? Like that's centered around sex and sexuality. Like if you remove the sex and sexuality, like is the fucking scene where like the whole breaking of what's her name? I always forget the fucking names of the blue
Nretsew, I'm going to cut this off because we've been too long.
Because I'm rambling, but you get what I'm saying. You get what I'm saying.
But I'm going to go on a wild tangent myself for 1 second.
Oh no!
Because you mentioned Nicki Minaj, and there's Nicki Minaj news.
Oh no! Oh no! What's the Nicki Minaj news?
She's been arrested op Schiphol for drugs.
Oh no!
She is
not the only one. Not the only one this week.
Where am I going? For what? For what?
Oh no!
Why am I going here?
Oh no! Big.
Hello.
Yeah, I can't hear.
Yeah.
You're under arrest. I'm the police officer. I'm the deputy of the public prosecutor.
Rip Ricator. Yeah, Rip Ricator.
For what?
You can go.
So yeah.
Okay.
But anyway, let's get back. We gotta get back.
Yeah, it's just funny. We're mentioning her, and she's
and Nicki Minaj shipping. Yeah, I wasn't gonna bring up the Nikita thing, but that was disappointing that he got done for that. Yeah, it's sad to watch that guy go down.
Anyway, it was apparently like she was having like 10 joints rolled up to go,
10 joints,
and you can only have like 3 grams on your person. She had like
it's one of those things.
She had like 50.
Well, anyway,
so
well, anyway, let's see what he's got to say now, because I've had my rant. I kind of rambled a bit.
I'm not here to shit on the ship game, by no means. I don't even have the authority to criticize it since I've never played it, nor do I know anything about the story. I'm merely using it as an example of how blatant sexualized content can be. Undeniably, there is sexualization on Arknights. A pretty good example was Bagpipe's Racing Queen outfit.
Fucking love Bagpipe, by the way. I'm going to make so many fucking babies with this fucking Scottish girl. I swear to fucking God, I fucking love Bagpipe. I actually think the racing skin is not as good as her most recent combat skin, because the most recent combat skin has this really tasteful I might send you the image later, but it's like she has this like thigh gap that's almost like a fucking runway strip, and it's so fucking sexy. It's so fucking good. It's so great. But no, I love my Scottish potato girl. Okay,
oh right, chat is demonizing you now.
Yeah, okay, all right. Well, I'll go back a little bit then, so that we can get the whole point. I'm sorry. Look, I saw my waifu, okay? I had to gush for a second, okay?
Example of how blatant sexualized content can be. Undeniably, there is sexualization on Arknights. A pretty good example was Bagpipe's Racing Queen outfit. Wait, what the fuck is this?
Oh, yeah. Here we go, Ellie. Get ready. Now you're going to find out why I love Bagpipe.
You didn't get a proper supper in yesterday, did you? No, I didn't want to hear about work.
There's the top thigh-high combo, plus the transparent miniskirt that literally spells out penetration, but considering the pose, the composition, and even the focal point, this was very clearly designed with aesthetics first and a focus on sexualization that is present, but only subtle.
Focus on the belly button.
Focus on the belly button. Yeah. Okay, look, people shit on English dubs, right? But the dub in Arknights is actually good. No, look, Gouda, come on, listen. They actually give a shit in Arknights, right? They actually get fucking real VAs that match the accents and cadences of nationalities and shit. It's actually like they put a lot of work into that shit. It's fucking impressive. But this is getting really kind of weird though, right? Because he's kind of doing this whole like, oh, my sexualization good, your sexualization. He's not saying that the lane sexualization is bad necessarily, but he's playing this whole like, oh, it's I'll sniff my farts or bagpipes, not
Yeah.
the aesthetics, Ellie. The aesthetics, Ellie.
Oh, Nretsew, you're doing joints? How dare you? I don't mind me. I'm going to smoke cigarettes right now.
Don't mind me. I'm gonna sniff a line of coke.
Oh, how dare you to do weed?
How dare you do weed? I'm a coke enjoyer. Okay, how dare. Weed is so dumb. What dumb? Haha, 420. How dare you?
I drew you as the Wojak and me as the
I drew you as the
Wojak.
I drew you as the Wojak. But no, so I just fucking. That's what this comes off as to me, right? Like he's just playing that. Oh, how my fan service is so much better because my aesthetics, Ellie, you don't understand the aesthetics. So important. Speaking of aesthetics, I have that. Here we go. This is the skin I was talking about. There you go. I linked it from a site, so you should be able to get that open pretty quickly. Get back over here. But no. It's like, yeah, obviously this I like the penetration mention because obviously the penetration thing is more about like the weapon she uses, right? than the fucking than about anything. It's an interesting innuendo that he picked up on there, but no, this feels like, oh, I can't enjoy the sexy Scottish woman, right? Without trying to justify why I like the sexy. Like, dude, it's okay. She's hot, all right. It's okay. You don't have to do this, right? You don't have to do this. I don't know if you're working on getting that up on stream right now or not.
It's slightly more complicated than.
Yeah, we really need maybe after stream, or maybe
some extension, some plugin, some.
You need
whatever.
I think you just need a folder that you can just download things to on the fly, and then you can just pick shit out.
There's stuff attached to that because you then different resolutions, different sizes becomes a little bit of an issue.
We need like a Jamie pull that up button.
Yeah, here's.
Oh, yeah, here we go. Yeah, there we go. Look at that. See, that's what I'm fucking. See that to me is sexier than the fucking. I actually like this way more than the racing girl outfit because if you could zoom in on those fucking legs, you can see what I mean about the fucking racing stripe. Fucking. She's got a fucking landing strip to go right in. But no, so I get what he's saying, right? I get what he's saying because like the aesthetics of the outfit connect. Sometimes skin is not always what makes something sexy, right? Sometimes it's the lack of skin in contrast to where they decide to show skin, right? That's important, right? So I get what he's saying. I just feel like it's a really weird. I don't like this whole dichotomy, right? Of I can only enjoy the sexualization if it's aesthetic.
Matches mine.
Matches my aesthetic. But anyway, let's keep going.
Whereas in she's in queen outfit, the only thing that I can focus on is on the whole ass fucking bakery that she's packing. It's dead center and probably the first thing your eyes will be drawn to. This one was evidently made with sexualization in mind first.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, the video was frozen for a second.
Oh, okay. I'll just.
Oh,
there we go. Okay, I'll just go back and. It's easy. It's easier to just go back because that resets the sync. So
yeah.
But yeah, wait. It's not sexual. It's erotic. it's erotic. Safe horny. Yeah. Yeah, safe horny. Yeah, we're getting some safe horny vibes. Yeah, a little bit. Do you have a
No,
point?
no,
Or
I
do
was
you want...
remembering there was a way back in the day when music videos were a thing. On the MTV and stuff, there was the music clips of... What was it?
Oh,
Turn
fuck.
around and around.
Yeah. There was tons like
Na,
sexy
na,
music
na,
videos.
na,
Yeah.
na, 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 na,
Yeah, he's picking
na,
on
na,
erotic
na.
elements.
Was this one
All right.
soccer with miniskirt line of trumpeteers, women?
Oh yeah, I know the one you're talking about. Yeah, I don't remember what the song's called.
And the other one was with the a football game, ostensibly a video game that two guys were playing, and both teams were all of pretty women with very short shorts and whatnot.
Yeah.
I don't know the names anymore.
Anyway, sidetrack aside, let's get back to his point.
Subtle. Yeah. Whereas in Shinano's Racing Queen outfit, the only thing that I can focus on is on the whole ass fucking bakery that she's packing. It's dead center and probably the first thing your eyes will be drawn to. This one was evidently made with sexualization in mind first. Don't get me wrong, the skin is very pretty, but the primary intent is crystal clear. Azure Lane doesn't really try to hide its sexualization, but there is one game that makes it its main selling point. NIKKE Goddess of Victory is, without any contest, the most sexualized non-hentai game I have ever seen in my life. This shit is so intense that after...
Alright, Nretsew, quick opinions. I think Azure Lane is worse than NIKKE from what I've seen.
I would agree. I don't know where, because I agree with him that the skin in Azure Lane that he showed off, obviously it's deliberately made to be sexualized. It is a sexualized fucking skin, right? It is very, very deliberate in what they're doing, right? Focusing on that element. The problem I have is he's acting like that's a bad thing while trying to say that he doesn't think that's a bad thing, right? It comes back to what I keep saying a lot of the time with these people where I'm like, stop pissing on my leg and telling me that it's raining, right? Because you're saying one thing and then you're speaking out of both sides of your mouth, I think is the analogy that people use. I don't know if that's correct or not, but he's in one breath, he's like, oh, this Arknight's skin is so great because it's sexy, but it's aesthetic and it's blah 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 blah, right? And then, oh, but this Lane skin is clearly sexualized. Oh, look, it's her dump truck of an ass is the focal point of the whole skin. But I'm not saying that's a bad thing, though. I'm not saying that's a bad thing, though, right? I'm not, but I'm gonna make it a point of comparison, right? Okay, well then, what are you actually saying? What is the actual point, right? If you're not saying that one is better than the other, right? What are you actually saying? And now we're gonna obviously talk about NIKKE, right? Which again, yeah, NIKKE is sexualized. Obviously, that's what they're going for. That's what they wanted to make. That's what they like, right? And so how is that bad? Question mark? Right? Does that make NIKKE a bad game? Right?
Yeah,
the fact that
he's adding in that exploitation thing. I find the video with the football.
Okay.
Eroticism.
There you go, chat. Stay on the stream. Don't open that. But anyway, yeah, continue as you're saying.
Yeah.
Well, I thought you had a point.
Oh, sorry. No, the only really thing that from what I know, because I don't play the gacha games, is that Azure Lane looks worse in the skins and whatnot. NIKKE has a thing where some of the erotic elements, the sexual elements, is added into the gameplay because you have more of a view of the characters. While you are playing.
Because they're not like chibi type things.
Yeah,
they're full sprites, and they jiggle, and the bullet recoil, and the so and so.
But there's the girls in Azure Lane are, when they are in their profiles, in their pinups, are just wildly suggestive in positions, in poses, in invitingness, while in from what I've seen, of course, in NIKKE, it's far more they are standing there and their outfits are designed in a way that guides the eye, that guides your imagination in that sense. But they all still carry their big weapons. So the strap might be between the breasts, but in Azura Lane the bra strings are. The bra is just laying on top of her, not even wearing it.
Right. So anyway, let's see what he has to say about it.
After playing it, you will jacking off to jacking on. NIKKE is a South Korean third-person shooter action role-playing video game where every single character has carefully designed like 2D models that jiggle every time they're shooting their guns. The sexualization is so blatant that there are 2 characters that have bunny suits as their default skin. Is there a lore reason why Blanc is wearing 6-inch heels in an active war zone? Is she stupid? Or is she so skilled in modern warfare that she just uses them as a flex? I don't know, and once again, I'm not here to throw shit at anyone who plays it. As a matter of fact, a while back I downloaded it out of curiosity. It was curiosity, I swear. I wasn't going in with high expectations.
My dude, it's okay. It's okay. You don't have to do this to yourself. It's okay, right?
Oh yeah, Nretsew, did I mention this on stream that I downloaded that I downloaded?
Yeah, I believe you mentioned that you tried it and you went into it.
And you know what the barrier was? What made me stop?
Well, it was something about like you don't like daily quests and the format of gacha games. And,
yeah, but no,
you've had your rants about why you don't like gacha.
Yeah,
games.
but the thing that stopped me from playing the game is that it asked me for an email account, so I didn't feel like
right,
it.
Yeah. But getting back to his point though, right? Like he keeps doing this thing, right, where he's like, I'm not going to shit on anyone that plays the game while I shit on the game, right? Right?
Yeah, but like, his favorite Arknight girl is wearing a racing outfit, and she's wearing that into Warzone.
Yeah, exactly. Well, his point is like, oh, the default outfits are bunny outfits or whatever, and it's like, okay, right, but does it need to be fucking justified in the lore, right? Because, I mean, Girls Frontline is kind of an example of this, where you have a lot of designs in Girls Frontline that are not necessarily, like, practical for a war zone, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like, you know, girls in these big, frilly type dresses and, you know, not necessarily wearing military uniform, like, they're wearing, like, you know, all kinds of random shit on the design, right? That wouldn't be practical at all, right? If queue up the 4chan rant post. Yeah, I didn't want to do that, but I might, because it's the same argument of, oh, the realism, right? Oh, she's wearing the high heels and the bunny outfit into a war zone. It's like, okay, yeah, great. That's good thing NIKKE isn't trying to be Tarkov, right? It's not like NIKKE is trying to be a fucking hardcore, realistic, tactical fucking shooter, is it? Right? Let them fucking have their sexy bunny girls. I don't see what the problem is, right? It's this really weird thing. And he goes on that rant, right? And essentially shits on the game for having bunny girls in it. And then he does that thing again where he speaks out the side of his mouth. It's like, but I'm not shitting on anyone, though. I'm not going to shit on the game. I'm not shitting on it. I'm not, oh no. I'm just implying that it's fucking bad for some nebulous reason, right?
He did give a reason, and that
the
was
reason's dumb, though. That's the thing.
Yeah, but the reason was that exploitation of this, you know, somehow, the exploitation, the insidious nature of it.
Yeah, but that was like what, fucking 20 minutes ago.
Yeah,
I'm talking about his point now, because he's criticizing NIKKE specifically because of this realism argument, and then he's like, "But I'm not shitting on it though." But it's like, but you are though. You are shitting on it. You're saying that it's bad. Like you're criticizing it specifically because the girls are in unrealistic outfits in a combat zone, right? That is a criticism. You are by definition shitting on it, okay? You have to just own it. Just own it. Own the fact that you should. I would respect you way more if you were just honest about it, right? If he was just honest about it and was like, yeah, I am shitting on it. I think this is a bad thing. I think this detracts from the game and makes the game objectively worse than Arknights or whatever, right? Like, I would actually respect that more than this fucking nonsense about oh, I'm not actually criticizing.
I do think that still the his is this weird, this, you know, what I mentioned, like putting sexualizing on the pedestal of derision, that still carries through.
Oh yeah, I do think the point still carries through, and I have a feeling that's what he's going to tie it back into, is like, so he's going to somehow tie this into the exploitation of women somehow. But I just be honest about it, okay? Just be honest. If you're going to shit on something, be honest about it. Be honest about the fact you're shitting on it. You know, it's like I'm not going to sit here and shit on like the Re-Monster adaptation, right? About the anime, and be like, oh man, Re-Monster's anime is so shit because the animation is like slideshow and she's sliding across the ground like Michael Jackson or whatever. But Ali, I'm not shitting on Re-Monster's anime though.
No,
if people enjoy it, that's cool.
The poor people who worked so hard
those poor animators, those poor sweatshop animators. I would never shit on them. I'm not going to shit on the, you know, it's just like, no, don't, just fucking own it. Just fucking own it, okay? But anyway, let's continue. Okay, that was pretty good. That was pretty good. But guys, you muted it.
Oh damn! Did I? That's
Ali.
I'm working here.
All right, I'm gonna rewind.
All right, from here on.
Okay.
Yes.
I gotta tell you, I was very pleasantly surprised.
We're not going
the
to
beginning mission goes surprisingly hard, and it had me actually invested in the characters and the worlds presented much faster than other games did. You could point out a couple of flaws in Nicki, but a weak opening is definitely not one of them. Though I stopped playing in the beginning of the story at around chapter 3, the narrative was good, decently packed with some clever moments and an intriguing story, and with a mostly serious tone. Mostly. There are a couple of things in the game that tip me off, namely a couple of fan service moments that just fucks up the tension and pacing a little bit, and other things that are just funny.
The last thing they're thinking of when they see us is sex. Trust me.
Story-wise, my complaints are mostly superficial and pertaining to comedy bits that break the tension in moments where I would otherwise prefer a more serious tone. But I understand that this is a matter of opinion.
Yeah, it's just an opinion, man.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of a lame, not lame. That's kind of a mean,
like,
mean angle, I suppose. If my opinion on Hokkaido Girls, it's not enough story, not enough going on. It feels just like pretty girl is fawning over boy. That's not. That's my opinion. Yeah, that's my opinion.
Yeah, but it's like, again, it's just you can't like use that as a defense from people criticizing your opinion. That's where I have a problem with it, right? Because you don't have to constantly reaffirm, oh, that's my opinion, right? Like, obviously that's your fucking opinion, right? And I don't have an issue with, oh, I found like the I wanted a more serious tone or whatever, right? And then suddenly it's like fan service, right? That's okay. That's fine. That's a valid criticism, right? I guess. You know, if you're not into that, you're not into that. That's fine. My issue comes when it's like, oh, I'm literally shitting on this, saying it's bad. This is my point, right? That this is bad, but it's just an opinion, so you can't criticize. You know, like that's where I have a problem with it. And I kind of get that vibe here a little bit. Like it's almost like he's trying to stop criticism at the pass, right? By just like putting that little like opinion shield up to be like, oh look guys, I'm just stating an opinion, right? I'm not shitting on the game or anything, okay? Even though I'm you know. So yeah, but anyhow, are we good now, guys? We're not muted. We're all good. We're all good.
They're not complaining about it, so
yeah, I'm not shitting on it, no, but I'm not shitting on it, yeah. But anyway, let's keep going.
Expect something that looks like this to be 100% serious all the time is a fault with me, not the game.
Yeah, so like again, like expecting it to be serious all the time is a fault with me and not the game. Right, okay then. So then what actually is the problem then with the sexual content? Like again, what is the actual issue, right? Is it a you problem? Because it's sounding like it's a you problem. And if it's a you problem, then how does that tie into your thesis, which is, does sexualization degrade the value of a character, right? Because that's the title, right? His thesis statement is, does the
this feels still like a defensive mode going on.
Yeah,
he's
he's
defense of his NIKKE opinions.
He's like a turtle retracting into his shell, right? he's putting up the defenses so that he doesn't get crucified, right? And I'm here to tell you, no, your shell is about as thick as fucking paper. Okay, there's no point in retracting into the shell. You might as well just own the opinion, right? But anyhow, let's continue.
Story short, I was having fun. Up until that point, I thought that maybe, as wild as that assumption may be, sexualization was actually a secondary goal of NIKKE, and that underneath all the double D cups and voluptuous derrieres, there were actually deep characters with profound stories. And then I engaged in the additional content. Basically, every now and then you can talk to your NIKKEs to increase the level of affection you have with them, and that takes place in short scenes where they reveal a bit of their character. Based off of their personality, you're supposed to make a certain dialogue choice. I have 2 SSR units. Actually, I don't, because I lost my account and now I'm playing with a new one to record this video. I got this one though, is she good? The ones I used to have are the following. This is Rupee. Her personality is entirely summarized by the fact that she likes shopping. That's it. When you're talking to her, if you choose a dialogue option that alludes to shopping, she gets happy. That's it. This is Solene. Her personality is based off the fact that she wants to be seen as an adult but acts childish. That's it. When you're talking to her, if you choose a dialogue option that makes her feel like an adult or that respectfully appeals to her childish side, she gets happy. That's it. I don't know nor think that all the characters are like this, but the ones I've interacted with don't really look like they have a lot going on under the surface. I do believe that the main ones, namely Rapi and Anise, seem like they have a more complex personalities, but even that is often overshadowed by their complex personalities.
So, I feel like I can get that criticism a little bit. However, I think expecting, when we're talking about Gacha game, right? Gacha games have a lot of characters, right?
He's talking now, and I'm relating it to my Fire Emblem characters. They also have, not with me, the player, not with me as a person, commander, but more to the player avatar, to Byleth, to Corrin, to so on. And yeah, they all get like free conversation with you, and by the third they want to marry you. So better hurry up with those support conversations. Better pace them correctly. And yeah, the first one is, hey, I like, my family is a merchant family, but I like to paint actually. Hey, your painting is good. Oh wow, thank you. Maybe I should actually follow my dreams.
I think it's not about expecting depth. I feel like part of the problem is that one of the things about gacha games tends to be that characters evolve over time, typically, because gachas are a long form storytelling medium, right?
From what I understand, the thing of gacha is that in the beginning the characters might be very simple, and later on they kind of get patches, updates.
They'll get events and stuff, right? And
and costumes. When they're in the swimsuit, they have a conversation with the swimsuit version, and in the swimsuit version, you learn something new that they actually are afraid of swimming or something.
And Gouda's right. A lot of the time, they'll have events coinciding with their release, which will possibly have story around them, right? So I don't like, typically when you have those kind of Momo talk type, because in Blue Archive it's called Momo talk, right? And in NIKKE it's probably something different. There's a few games that have added something like this where it's like, oh, you could like interact with the character in like a chat room type setting, right? Type thing, or you interact with a character and maybe you get a little like little story special thing, right?
Feels
I'll
very
talk
like
about
the
that
Fire
arc.
Emblem
I'm
support
gonna talk about that Arknights thing in a second because I think it directly counters this guy's point actually. So I'll talk about that in a minute. But I want to kind of finish my point here where it's like over time, characters that start out as, you know, maybe not having a whole lot to them will eventually possibly get more content down the line, right? And I think expecting like the initial interaction you have with the characters because it's meant to be setting up, okay, so her thing is shopping, right? Like, yeah, you pick the dialogue options that revolve around shopping because she likes shopping, and then she's gonna be like, oh cool, yeah, I like shopping
Come
too.
shopping
And then
with
maybe
me.
like a few months later she'll be in an event and she'll be like, oh yeah, shopping's cool, but maybe I, you know, she likes shopping because she, like, you know, never had money or something, because there's like some backstory there, and so now she's really into shopping because, you know, she came from a poor family or whatever. Like, to use the Arknights example with Gummy and Co. that Onion's talking about, right? So the very beginning of Arknights happens in like the Russia allegory, and there's basically a terrorist attack that happens in Russia, right? And there's a school that gets taken over by the terrorists, and it basically becomes like a Lord of the Flies situation where the kids have to try and survive in the school because the terrorists have, because this terrorist is a fucking psychopath, right? He's like locked off the school from the outside world, and he's basically like, haha, let the kids kill each other, right? Because he's a psychopath, right?
Yeah.
And lots of fucking traumatic shit happens, right? Lots of big stuff happens, and out of that comes this group of students called, I think they call themselves the Ursus self-governing group or whatever. It's something like that, right? And they kind of form out of that like Lord of the Flies situation and end up surviving and going onto the land ship. The Arknights Rhode Island land ship is kind of like refugee type thing, and they end up becoming operators, right? And you don't know any of this at the beginning, right? You pull Gummy from, like, you know, the Gacha because she's a relative, or you get Gummy, and there's a little bit of lore about that you can read, right? But you don't really like her interactions and her voice lines don't really like indicate any like trauma or big problems or, you know, anything like that. There's very little going on. She's just a bear that likes cooking, right? She's got a fry pan. She's got a, you know, big, you know, she loves cooking, right? That's her thing. She's a big cooking girl, right? But then there's an event that comes up several months down the line, which is all about the Ursus student governing whatever, right? And it goes into that backstory that I mentioned of, you know, what happened to them in the school, you know, the different character dynamics between these different characters. Like, I'm personally more of an Ishtar man myself. She's I like Gummy, but Ishtar's a little bit more interesting for me. I quite like her. I think Gouda will know who I'm talking about, basically, if he knows about Gummy. But you come to find out, like, there's actually like some more interesting stuff going on with Gummy, and it's hinted that she had to participate in cannibalism in order to survive. And she, because of the food situation that happened in the school, so she just started like making these like bars out of, you know, human, right? And that's apparently like there's hinted that there was an incident when she was training and she like bit the trainer or something. And so there's some really dark shit that happens, right? And it's hinted at and kind of alluded to in both the story, like the story of the event, and also some of the lore stuff. But what I'm kind of getting at is, like, if you get that character on the face of it doesn't seem very complicated, but then over time you learn more about them as new content comes out or as new things happen, right? And I feel like he's missing that in NIKKE in a sense, because maybe that character that likes shopping, maybe she won't get any new content. Maybe she's just there as like a fucking, you know, whatever. She just whatever, right? It is actually that dumb. I haven't played NIKKE. I wouldn't know how good their character building is, right? But for him to criticize NIKKE for that, while not addressing the fact that that's actually the same for the vast majority of these gachas, right? Especially if it's like units that come out with the release of the Gacha, like, you know, Gummy and the you know, Ursa's student council, whatever stuff, right? I think that he's kind of, you know, these two pictures are the same, right? In a sense, is what I'm getting at. I don't know if you have anything else to add before we continue.
No, it's just I'm mostly thinking of the Fire Emblem characters, and they're it's of course different because it's a full game, and
yeah, it's not like you're gonna get like oh, the Fire Emblem girl event where she gets her character thing or whatever.
No,
right?
and the only thing that I can maybe if you start replaying the game, right, and then you have different support conversations, that's kind of the inevitable thing, inevitable part of it. You will discover different sides of characters. So
and Gacha games handle this like differently, right? Because in Blue Archive they have the Momo, and I've actually been watching, because on YouTube you can find people that have uploaded the story, right? So I've been actually watching some of these Momo talk little character of like moment things, and they're, you know, they're pretty good, right? They you know, you get to know the character a bit. You know, like, there was one that I think it was Mimi or whatever, the sniper girl who's like invisible because she has no presence, and you get some little cute like interactions, like how she, you know, she's really depressed because no one can see her and everyone bumps into her all the time and no one, like, you know, addresses her or whatever, and she feels really sad about it and she's depressed because she can't like go and buy camping equipment because like, the cashier just won't interact with her at all, right? And then it's like, oh, but animals really like you because you know you're not intimidating or whatever, right? And so she has like a little moment like that, and it kind of goes, you know, there's a lot of little things like that are quite good. And then you have Neural Cloud. Neural Cloud like literally has a mini event for every single character that comes out. Like, a new character comes out and you get an entire like storyline that comes alongside them that you can play and get rewards and stuff by playing it, even if you don't get the character. Like, you don't even have to roll for the character to play the story, right? So you basically get like a little mini event every time a new Gacha character comes out, and that's how they do it, right? So different games handle this differently. A lot of the more modern ones have focused a lot more on character development and character building, because stuff, you know, Girls Frontline, you know, my baby, right? For as good as I love Girls Frontline, a lot of those dolls don't get anything outside of their voice lines and maybe a bio description, right? A lot of those girls don't actually get developed because back then those kinds of systems didn't exist, right?
Yeah,
that wasn't a thing that was being focused on back then. So they, you know, it was more focused on, right, here's the main story, right? Or here's the main event narrative. So you get a lot of development on any character that's involved in that. And then later on, they added stuff like the mod system where you get mod character stories, and, you know, these characters can get a little bit more fleshed out and get their own time in the spotlight, right? Or skin stories, for example, you know, stuff like that. Like that stuff like that came later as Gacha games kind of evolved to start recognizing that, oh, people actually want to get invested in these characters outside of just, you know, the complex personality, as this man would put it, right? So those systems kind of came out of that, you know, desire, that player-based desire that people kind of picked up on. It's not just the systems, but the bar wasn't set to that. Yeah, Jake's right. Like because back then they were still like, Gacha history would be kind of an interesting topic to kind of research, I feel, because you could probably find like an evolutionary through line of how these Gacha games kind of evolved over time from the sort of experimental stages, right, into what we have now, which is a lot more complex. But yeah, anyway, let's
continue the video.
Eden Treaty, yeah. Oh man, God, I can't fucking wait if the anime gets to Eden Treaty, because that shit's fucking great. But anyway, let's get.
With interactions like these specifically, I really felt like maybe these characters were really just designed as horny wallet bait first and as characters second. But the world building was so intricate and the story was so strongly designed that I was willing to turn a blind eye to it. So what I did for this video is that I picked 5 NIKKEs that the design appealed to me the most, and I watched a couple of their advising sessions. And to my disappointment, my initial feeling was right. The interactions are mostly surface level, and whichever dialogue option aggrandizes their one main personality trait is often the correct one. Leona likes animals, Helm is a diligent commander, Modernia likes DMC, Santi is a quirky engineer go, and Big Hat Logan likes to drink and speak like a Dark Souls character. To be fair, some of them did seem like they were a bit more complex than what they initially appeared, and I couldn't exactly define them by one character trait exclusively. But there was ever a moment in the advising sessions where I thought, man, this character looks like they have a lot going on under the surface. And listen, this could very well be a product of me only looking at the advising sessions.
Okay, you go back. He did a thing.
Oh, did he?
He hides text in a single frame thing.
In the advising sessions where I thought, man, this character looks like they have a lot going on under the surface. And
Well, and listen, please don't leave us, sir. I'm building to something. Okay.
Oh, all right.
listen, this could
Yeah, it was just really quick. So again, so part of this problem is obviously none of it. Like you didn't play NIKKE, even though you say
No.
you did because you didn't. I don't.
Hey,
play
I
NIKKE.
got to
I
the
play NIKKE.
make an email.
You got to the login.
Account.
You got to the login. You got to the login stream. But anyway, like it doesn't count, Elliot. It doesn't count.
Damn.
But like listen, because I don't have experience, I can't like counter his criticism the same way I could if he was criticizing something like, I don't know, fucking he was talking about like if he was talking about Lane, I think he'd have more of a point because I do think that a lot of the characters in Lane are definitely archetypical, right? But Lane doesn't actually have like a lot of that interactive type stuff, right? Because again, it's an older Gacha. And they've been slowly adding more of that over time with stuff
Yeah,
like the
I
Instagram thing.
I have played a little bit of Fate Grand Order, and I know from Fate Grand Order there's like 10 conversations, 10 bond levels that you can reach before they are max bond. I don't know, and I kind of assume actually that there are multiple conversations that you can have with these characters. I don't. I doubt very much it's only one conversation that you have with them, and that you can do it all at once.
Yeah, because he's talking about the advisory things, and like if it's anything like the Momo talks, right? Because the Momo talks are very much just like casual. Hey, here's some like interactions with the character, and you get, you know, they do things, right? It's not like it's that complicated. You know, like it's just, hey, what was the one character of whose Momo talk I watched? It was the pink girl who's like constantly saying sorry all the time. People in the chat will know who I'm talking about. I watched that one, and she grows weeds as a hobby. That's like what you find out through the Momo talks. Is that because you find her setting up bombs, and then you're like, hey, don't set up bombs around the school, right? And then she's like, okay, and then you take all the bombs away, and she's like, I'm so sorry for causing you all this trouble. And she like the next, and that's like the first one, and then the second one is like, hey, can we meet up on the roof or whatever? I have a gift for you, right? And then the gift is like weeds, and the joke is like about how like she views herself as a weed, right? And so she grows weeds, and then the teacher is like, but that's cool, right? You know, like you have a hobby, you know, whatever. I'm kind of oversimplifying it, right, a little bit, but the overall, but it's not like it's like, I wouldn't necessarily say that's super deep, right? Like, oh, the girl that's a fuck up girl failure who, you know, thinks that she's constantly saying sorry because she's wasting everyone's time or she's fucking up all the time, right? Oh, she grows weeds, and that's kind of cute, right? Like, yeah, you know, like, you know, it's fine. It doesn't have to be like this fucking giant like thing. That's what the main story's for. You know?
Yeah. I couldn't check real quick how the leveling up in NIKKE works, so I can't really say anything about it. But I'm just going to assume again that there are multiple levels and multiple conversations that you have with them.
Because the Momo talk thing, it's like you have to raise their affection or something. Like you have to grind it or something. So it's kind of like, I feel like he's missing some context here. Like I'm missing some context of like how the system actually works and how you know. And even if it's like just pretty basic, oh, let's talk about. Yeah, it's just a very simple oh, this is the character's personality. It's a little mini story about their personality or whatever. There's nothing wrong with that. Like, I don't know why it has to be. You're looking for like massive character development in what is meant to just be kind of flavor text type stuff, right? Like, I don't know.
I
But
don't
anyhow,
know. It feels like he wanted something that would counter the sexual content.
yeah, like harking back to our boy explanation point, it's like he's looking for that transactional thing, right? Like, oh, you can't have the sexual element unless you have like the transaction, right? But anyhow,
Yeah.
it's,
Oh yeah. That's the thing, right? You have a debt to pay.
yeah. But anyhow, let's continue.
Very well be a product of me only looking at the advising sessions. The only story I actually checked out was Leona's, and it was about animals, surprisingly. The advising sessions are treated as a more slice-of-life section of the game, and as such don't really have the intention of showing complex interactions. But I really don't think that that's an excuse for shallow characterization. Maybe the true character development only happens in the main story, but I really fail to see how a character like Rupi would have a complex character arc. And here's the thing. If you play NIKKE and you're in the process of writing a comment telling me to go fuck myself, please hear me out. Firstly, I'm not saying that your game is bad or that your wife...
Yeah, he's being very... yeah, again, it's like... bro, just stand by your opinion, right? Like, because here's the thing. I'm again, we're not NIKKE players. I'm not gonna, like, tell him that his criticism of NIKKE... like, maybe he's right. Alright? Maybe it is shallow characterization, right? And I mean, he even self-admits, like, oh, maybe it's only meant to be like the slice of life side flavor text content, right? Like, maybe he's expecting too much from that, and that's why he's disappointed, right?
Mm-hmm.
And he says it's no excuse for bad characterization. Well, I mean, is it actually bad characterization? I don't know. I would have to experience it to find out, right? So I again, I'm not going to fucking counter him on something that I don't have experience with. However, I feel like him going into this like defense mode, right? Like, oh, if you play NIKKE, you're gonna tell me just to fuck myself. Hear me, oh, I'm not shitting on the game. Like, he said this like what 3 or 5? Like, I've had to repeat myself like 5 times now, right? Like, because he's done this like 5 or 6 times in the course of this video, right? We're about halfway through, by the way. So we're getting there. We're getting there, boys.
Yeah.
But it's like, yeah, it's like you don't need to do this. You don't need to fucking defend yourself like this, mate. Yeah, Gouda's having a fucking aneurysm. He plays Arknights, and why is he complaining about lack of depth? Like, he knows how this works, right? He knows how this works, but he's like, oh god. But anyway, I don't know if you have anything to add to that.
No, maybe a question. How does the conversations, the bonding within Arknights work?
You don't really... it doesn't actually have a system like that. It typically, the way that you would get, like, there is like a trust thing, and having higher trust unlocks some... you get, like, I think you do get some character stories for some characters now and then, right? I can't remember what I haven't read a lot of those, right? But because there's so much fucking text in Arknights, it's crazy. You have to read so much, but so there are character stories that you do unlock. And there is like files, like archive files, that have a bunch of lore in them about a character. But most of the time, you're gonna get like big because I think one of the ones I did read was Ishtar. She has a little mini story about doing a cultural, like, how like in high school when you do like the whole like, oh, different foods from different cultures, different different like cultural fear type thing, right?
Yeah.
And she's like in charge of the Ursus cultural fear thing, and she has to, and the whole little mini story is about her kind of gaining confidence and coming into her own and trying to get past her traumas from what happened, and all that kind of stuff. And it's pretty good, right? It's not, but the thing is it's not like it's super complicated, right? Like, it's just a little mini slice of life type thing about something that happened in her daily life, right? And that kind of thing. It's not, you're not gonna get like the big massive character development type stuff unless it's like an event,
All right, yeah,
or something like that.
Yeah, then now that I'm caught up with how Arknights does it.
Yeah, that's pretty much how they do it, right? Like there is some side stuff, but it's not because the push recently has been for more imitation of direct interaction, right? Like having you're texting the girl, right?
Oh yeah,
And it looks like the Momo talk is like that in a sense where you'll have like a little text conversation before the actual event, right? Like that's become more of a thing recently where you'll have like a cell phone or whatever and it'll be like, hey, the character's like texting you and having conversations with you that way, right?
Yeah.
That's like a more recent thing. So anyway, yeah. Let's just keep going.
Who's trash. Slap ass. But secondly, I absolutely refuse to believe that the apparent shallowness is because the writers are bad. The stretch of the story I've played so far is evidence that they know what they're doing. Same goes for the very limited experience I have with the events. The world building is rich and there's undeniably a lot of passion poured into it. I believe that the apparent superficiality of the characters is a symptom rather than the whole disease. The NIKKEs are made with sexual appeal as their primary objective. Profundity only ever felt secondary. Simply look at how intricate the art is versus the critical interaction of apples versus grapes. Does NIKKE sell its characters well? Absolutely, these are some of the prettiest designs I have ever seen, and sometimes that's all you need. Fuck, I know that's all I need, and I'm just saying these things to
the only thing and the only way how you can sell a character is by how they look, not how they act or something.
Yeah, and I'm kind of like, I really don't get what. I'm trying not to repeat myself. That's the problem. Like I want to say something new, but I don't really have anything new to say.
Let's just move on instead of lingering here.
Well, I think you've got a point, right? That he's kind of. I think this comes back to what I was saying before about how he views it all as like the cynical capitalism thing, right? Like he can't. I feel like a lot of people like this, right? They can't comprehend the idea that maybe they just want the characters to be written like that, right? Because I don't have any context for the whole apple versus grapes thing. Maybe it was like a joke, or maybe it's something of your personality. Maybe they're having a conversation about what do you prefer, apples or grapes, right? And that's the context of it. Like, I don't know. I can't criticize it if I don't know
what
it.
was
right?
the fruit in the Garden of Eden because she's religious or whatever?
Yeah. Maybe she's asking a question of you or something, right? Like, I don't know, right?
Greek or Christian?
Because I lack that necessary context. I can't. I'm not going to defend it, right? And I'm not going to criticize it either because I don't know. But I feel like when he's saying stuff like, "Oh, they know how to design their characters well," like he makes it sound like it's not because they want the characters like that as an artistic choice. It has to. Ooh, that was fucking weird. My lights flashed for a second there. I was like, "Oh God, is the power going to go out?" I was like, "Oh shit! If I die, the lewd police got me. They found me. I'm being raided. The evil, the Puritans, they found me. But no, it's like it has, like, for some reason that it has to be cynical, right? It can't just be, oh, the creators wanted the character to be like this, right? That's like they wanted her to be into shopping, right? Like that was what they wanted, right? And maybe that's all there is to it. Maybe it's not all there is to it. Like, I don't know, but yeah, it's I don't know. I don't like it. But anyhow, it's
be pedantic. The women in NIKKE are undeniably powerful and undeniably competent, and when I describe it like that, it almost makes them seem empowered at first glance. But the moment I would stop looking into their assets and actually try looking into their eyes, very rarely would I see anything behind them. I genuinely thought that I was missing something. There was no way that in a game with this much passion there was also this much shallowness to what was arguably its core component. Then I tried a different approach. I literally googled, are the NIKKE characters shallow? No satisfying results. Are the NIKKE characters superficial? Nothing again. Maybe I was the only one who held this belief. Am I stupid? NIKKE character development. That's when I found something. Let's take a look at those top 3 characters. One of them was Modernia, which was one of the ones I selected earlier, but to be fair, I didn't check her Bond story. The only logical thing I could possibly do was to check.
So he didn't actually check out her stories.
So then what? This is what I mean, right? Like he's getting he's creating an idea about it based on a. It's funny. it's funny because he's talking about like superficiality, right? He's talking about superficiality, and yet he's making a criticism of the game based on a superficial aspect, right? The slice of life assistant type stuff, right? But I'm interested. I'm interested to see, like, where's this going? Like, is he going to like retract his statement, or is he going to double down? That's going to be the interesting thing. So let's see what he says.
Out the story of the and define once and for all whether they were actually complex or if they're just pretty Live 2D files. And to my surprise, I was wrong. They are actually complex.
What a waste
then
of
what
time.
the fuck was then what? Yeah, then what was the point of the last 5 minutes? Like, seriously, what was the point? Like what do you like? All of that. Oh, I'm just. It's just my opinion. I'm defending my opinion. Oh man, don't tell me to fuck off in the comments, NIKKE fans. Oh. And then he just admits he was wrong. Right?
Unless he's going to slap it on their breasts again.
Unless he's gonna slap it on their breast again. Like, oh god, come on, man. All of that, just throw it in the trash, right? Like, oh god, okay, let's keep going.
We're off to a very strong start with Dorothy. That skin is not only pretty, it's interesting, and it shows character, the presence of trauma and a need to maintain composure. My favorite character in fiction has that, and Dorothy has it too. But that was just the skin, I actually had to check out the story. And God forbid, is this depth? Subtext? On my booty shooter? I watched a very good fandom of Dorothy's story on YouTube and manually read both Red Hood and Modernia stories. And
Side note, just like with Arknights, this is a bit of a sidetrack. Just like with Arknights, where Arknights does the whole media mix thing with their the music company, Monster Siren, right?
Yeah,
The Nikkes have done something like that with this Red Hood character. I think they made a song called Red Ash. Red Ash is a fucking banger. Go and listen to that shit. It is good. Fucking love Red Ash. Red Ash is a fantastic song. I'm glad I found it. But anyway, that's got nothing to do with this. Let's keep going.
I came out genuinely impressed. They do an excellent job of not only characterizing the Nikkes, but they also do world building and shit. These characters actually have developed, thought out backstories and complex feelings for one another. Throughout this story, we even seen them grow fonder of the player character in a natural way. What the fuck? I actually ate my words, this game is fucking Kino. Don't get me wrong, I wouldn't want to be caught dead playing it, but there's some—
Fuck off! Fuck off!
No.
I wouldn't be caught dead playing it. You fucking...
You already caught.
My man, you're so close. He was so... Ellie, he was so fucking close. He was so close for me to be like, man, the character development on my YouTuber, is he actually gonna realize that, hey, maybe the sexualization isn't as much of a problem as he thinks it is, and he's going to fucking learn and become a better person? And it's like, no, he's fucking not. He's just gonna be irony about it. It's like, no, dude, come on, man. I'm like Joe Biden. I'm like, come on, man. Come on, man. Trump, come on. Come on, man. Fuck me. These fucking people. Oh, I hate it.
Still half of the video left.
Yeah, but we're past the halfway point now. We're kind of zooming now at this point.
something of value. Granted, it's not perfect all of the time, but a good portion of it is very good. Even so, that does not answer the question of whether or not the way the characters are presented is somehow demoralizing. Does this being a very sexually charged game somehow denigrate the themes, story and characters it's trying to present? We will get to that shortly. I cannot possibly neglect to mention another game given the topic we're at. In fact, it was this game that gave me the idea to make this video in the first place. Have you ever heard of Stellar Blade? Now you have.
Oh yeah, here we go. It's ironic because Stellar Blade is actually done by the same developers.
I heard.
Shift Up.
Yesterday was the first time I saw any footage or any gameplay really of it since the announcement of Project Eve. Since then I didn't really... It didn't come to the PC, so I wasn't really interested in it.
Yeah, I'm waiting for it to PC as well because I'm not buying a fucking PlayStation. But I've heard it's done quite well too. Like they put out a statement saying that they're planning a sequel and they're also planning to expand and do another project as well in the same
Yeah,
vein.
but
So
I had a small feeling any more moderate success would already justify a sequel because it's an expansion into a new market, etc.
Well, I mean, it's good to see though. It's good.
Yeah, more smaller scale studios, good stuff.
Doing stuff.
Like I mentioned.
Drama. Yeah, drama and dumb bullshit aside, right? Drama and dumb bullshit aside. But anyway, let's continue.
Souls-like elements with acrobatic combat. Sign me the fuck up. This is the main character. Her name is Eve. Come on, don't be shy, say hi to her. The game is probably coming out in the week I post this video, so we don't really know a lot about the lore yet. Editing Hado here, it already came out and I'm downloading it right now. So everything that I say here is before the release of the game. I'm only taking into consideration the trailers and the gameplay demo that we have. But not unlike NIKKE, its fighting forces comprise mostly, if not entirely, of female characters. Once again, we've seen the same thing, a hot lady in a skin-tight suit, and once again you will hear me being a pedantic ass about how impractical healers are in a combat scenario.
You fuck off. Shut up.
Shut up, nerd. Nier Automata already did it, so it's not even that special.
Yeah, shut up, nerd. You're not smart, everyone knows. But anyway.
But neither are backflips or hollow swords, and yet they look fucking delectable. Eve was evidently made to look hot, absolutely no contest there, and the outfits hardly offer any tactical advantage. On the contrary, a significant portion of the player base will find it harder to play since one of the hands will be occupied. But during the demo...
So funny! I'm a comedian. Jack-off joke.
The trailers I've seen, I have yet to see Eve be treated with any form of disrespect, in-game at least. The story may not be remarkable, but given the tone, I don't think fanservice will get in the way of it, hopefully. And most importantly, given what it's shaping up to be, Eve seems like she's going to be a character who happens to be a hot girl and not the other way around. You hear the term strong female character thrown around a lot, and it's really funny to see the examples some people give. Some people focus on the strong female part of the strong female character, and they end up making a snarking asshole who's good at everything except for running above 10 frames a second. Other people yet focus on the female character and forget to give them the respect or agency they should have on the story. A strong female character is a female character who can show agency not despite her femininity and not even necessarily because of it, but independent of it. Same goes for sexuality. I think that sexualization is not disruptive if the character portraying it has sufficient depth. It is.
So again, it's this transactional element, right? They have to have sufficient depth to him, right? Because again, this is all like. This is what I hate about this, right? Like, because he even like the first part of this video, right, where he's going on about how he thought it was all superficial stuff. Like that was him not getting that there was depth there. He just didn't realize it. So he already like has this preconceived idea, right, that ended up being wrong because he didn't want to actually look into it any deeper. So imagine if he did look into it deeper and then all of a sudden he still decides, oh, it's not deep enough for me, right? It's not deep enough. There's not enough. Slightly... You don't have enough depth coins to pay for your sexuality.
Yeah, I'm just slightly bothered by that he didn't wait on any story for Stellar Blade to cast judgments or to judge it.
Yeah, because I haven't played it. You haven't played it. I haven't watched
it. But I'm not
because I want to play it. Because I want to play it on PC when it's out, right? And I don't want to spoil myself. So
but I'm saying that because I am saying very little about NIKKE, despite having played it myself on the phone.
No, you didn't. Shut up. Stop lying to everyone, Ellie. You liar.
But I'm not going to say about, oh, the story is good, oh, the story is bad, and whatnot. But if he's going to say stuff like the female character Eve is just is a female character who isn't being derised, made fun of in the game or in the trailers that he saw of the game, but going off from the gailers that you saw from the game is very, 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 very limited. I wouldn't judge Nier Automata on the trailers.
Yeah.
Because there's a whole story, tearful story.
There's a lot. There's a lot going on in Nier Automata, yeah.
So
there's a lot.
Just trailers is not enough. It's just not enough.
There was a demo, and I think the footage he was using was from the demo. So the demo did come out.
Yeah, but the demo is still not really story.
Yeah, well, you get, yeah. But there was a part there that I want to kind of go back to, because I thought what he said was actually kind of interesting. It was this part here. I actually thought this was an interesting point.
People yet focus on the female character and forget to give them the respect or agency they should have on the story. A strong female character is a female character who can show agency not despite her femininity, and not even necessarily because of it, but independent of it. Same goes for...
So strong, a good female character is a character that is strong and independent of their sexuality, right?
Mm-hmm.
Which I think is an interesting point, because you have people that will do but he undermines his own point by saying that they require a certain level of depth to justify the sexuality, right? So he's actually undermining his point. But a lot of people will say stuff like, okay, Bayonetta is okay because she owns her sexuality, right? She's deliberately sexualizing herself, right? That she has agency, quote unquote, about it, right?
Mm-hmm.
As compared to something that's not safe horny, right? compared to something. Let's use the NIKKE girl as an example here, right? Like,
sure.
She's got like boob window, but thick thighs with the straps, and it designed with the little, you can see the fat getting compressed by the stocking,
the pinch,
right? Oh yeah. There's thunder going on. That's why I'll probably the God is going to smite me for being too sexy, too sexual. But anyway, basically, yeah, it's people will say that that's on face value, right? Without getting to know the characters, right? They will say, oh, she's just a sexualized Barbie doll or whatever. She has no agency, yada, 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 compared to something like Bayonetta. So I actually agree in a sense with his point that the character should be strong, not necessarily because of her sexual nature, and also not in spite of the sexual nature, right? I actually kind of like that, how he worded that, but then he just completely fucking like ruins it by going into this.
Sexuality. I think that sexualization is not disruptive if the character portraying it has sufficient depth. It is a cool character who happens to be hot and not the other way around.
Yeah, a cool character that happens to be hot and not the other way around. But what's wrong with it being the other way around? Why can't it be a sexy character that's also cool, right? Like what? Why does it have to be one way versus the other way?
And also, it kind of runs into, but you haven't read the lore, you haven't read the story, you haven't read this side chapter, you haven't read this, seen that, played this.
You're making a judgment based on face value, right?
You have to read the item descriptions to know the actual lore of the game.
Yeah, you're playing Dark Souls or whatever. Yeah, so it's kind of. I feel like he had a point there. He had a point that I would have agreed with, which is that, the sexiness of the character shouldn't be like the thing that how would I put this, right? Like, just because the character's sexy doesn't necessarily mean that they're a bad character, but it also doesn't necessarily mean that they're a good character either, right? It's independent of that. And I think a lot of people do kind of miss that when they talk about this type of thing. But then again, he undermines his own point by then creating that distinction again. Like, he destroys the distinction and then he recreates it.
He's not very precise with his words, I feel, because he's being a little bit. I think he's being confusing, kinda. Because I understand, that if the female is strong, if she has big muscles, then it's a strong female character, and not exactly. Is it a strong female character when the character is very female? No, that's not it either. But
that's not what people are talking about. Yeah.
Yeah, but the strong female character is, she knows what she wants. She can do it on her own. She's not afraid to ask, or etc. etc.
And then you have the problem of like, okay, why do we have the term strong female character? Why can't she just be a strong character, right? Why does it have to be a strong? Because this isn't. Well, no, because that's important. Because when we talk, because a lot of the time when we use the term strong female character, I mean, when I typically use it, I use it in a meme way, because it's usually referring to, the Forspoken type character he mentioned, right? Where it's girl boss, fuck men, I can do what men can do, but better. Look at me,
But she
I'm
has
so
no
much
character.
more competent. Yeah, but she has no character. Yeah, like her whole character is just built around fuck men, right? Well, not fuck men, not fucking men, but you get what you get what I mean. Like her whole character is like, it's basically just you write a male character, right? But you make it a woman, and then you make the whole personality around, oh, men, I'm just as good as a man, right? Where I feel like that's really sad, right? That people think that that is the only way a female character can be strong, right? Is they have to be compared to a man constantly, right? And oh, you know, they have to denigrate men in order to make the female character strong, right? Whereas I think that we should kind of do away with the distinction entirely. It should be, no, these NIKKE girls, right? They are strong characters, right? They're not strong female characters. They're just strong characters in general,
Yeah.
right?
I
And
think he's going to talk more about this.
yeah,
So
we'll see what he says. Yeah, well, I don't know because I haven't watched this far. This is all new to me.
Well,
so.
I feel that he's going to talk more about this. He might not.
Maybe, but like that's kind of where I'm sitting at. Like I don't like, like the strong female character thing. There's a reason I think it became a bit of a meme, right? Because you have so many of these examples of these characters that have come out of modern media where they literally just only exist to make some kind of sexist statement, I guess, right, about men versus women and whatnot. Whereas I'm like, no, I will treat the NIKKE characters the same way I would treat a male character, right? Like I would fucking, they're strong not in spite or because of the fact that they're female, right? They're just good characters. Going back to Blue Archive, I'd say Hokkaido is a strong female character, and she isn't like powerful, at least from what I've seen. Yeah, Blue Archive brain. No, well, I mean, we're talking about gacha games anyway, so it's fine, Sammy. And it's it's right too. It's like and again, you got to there's other things like, oh, you got to define what you mean by strong, right? Because you're talking about physical strength, and there's mental strength, all this other shit. So like, I would define it, right, not on those terms, but I would say strong as in well developed, right? Is the character well developed in a sense? But even that doesn't really work. I don't know. Just whatever. Whatever.
Complicated.
We're cooking on the fly here, okay? Like I'm not a fucking genius. I'm just a fucking perverted Kiwi, okay? But anyway, let's keep going.
Empowerment can be hard to define. The girls in NIKKE are undeniably powerful. As a matter of fact, they are probably the most powerful things in their respective fictional universe. And very interestingly, there are lore reasons why they are all women, as well as reasons why they dress the way they do. The world is in fact so rich that I am unironically considering on making a video exploring its themes and implications. The Watsonian reasons, meaning the in-universe reasons for the intricacies of NIKKE.
Watsonian. He's using Watsonian.
He's a smart. He has to use the big words, Ellie. He has to use big words so that everyone knows that he's a smart man. Oh, Jesus.
I more thunder.
Yeah, fuck. But the power switched off for like that was scary as shit.
Ooh. That
was scary as shit. Like fucking flashed for like half a second. I'm surprised I'm still talking to you right now. That was scary. Like, because I have my speaker system next to me, and my speaker system shut off. Like it went flink, and I'm like, oh, okay. All right, well, we might need to fucking get on with this because I might be dead in a few minutes.
But
anyway, I'll let you talk about smart words because you brought it up.
Oh yeah, smart words. Smart words are completely fine, completely reasonable. Don't be afraid to use them, but don't use them when you have completely normal words to use. Watsonian, who the fuck knows?
I'm about to get thunderclapped. Yeah.
Who the fuck knows what Watsonian means, right? Watsonian. What does it mean? In universe,
I don't fucking know. Like,
I thought
that's what I mean. Yeah, and that's what I mean, right? It's okay to use the smart words, but you do kind of have to define them because it's not like not everyone is a fucking academic, okay? Like,
yeah, but only use smart words when you have to be precise and give a definition if you if you think if you don't give enough context for your definition, put a definition in it. Use it only when you are talking very specifically about this thing with this vibe and this in this context. You know, if I'm talking about Naro works, I'm not talking about power fantasies. Power fantasy is different from Naro.
And he did say like fancy word and then in universe. So he kind of defined it in a sense, but it's one of those things where it's like
it means the same thing. So you just say
it means
universe.
the same thing. Yeah, it means the same thing. Did you really need to say the smart word? Was it really necessary, right, to convey what you were trying to convey, right? Because it's like you said with the Naro example, right? Like when you're using that to specifically talk about a specific thing, right? That's, you know, you do kind of have to define that specific thing, but you are talking about that thing. Whereas in this example, it's like I said, it feels like he's just saying it to make him sound smart, right? Like, use the big fancy word.
Watsonion.
Yeah, what does Google tell you? Google Safe Search. What does Google Safe Search tell you? comes up with a bunch of hardcore.
Blah blah blah. I believe it just means in universe.
Yeah, so they're just
in
universe
universe perspective. All right, so it's just in universe. It means the same thing.
Just say in universe. But anyway, let's continue.
World are satisfying enough that it intrigued me, but the doyless reasons as
Jake was saying it. Jake explained it in the chat, by the way.
But he's actually saying that the doyist reasoning.
But I mean, it shows up on the stream anyway, so yeah. Don't worry, we are kind of reading the chat, but I'm actually really interested in this video. I'm kind of invested. I'm having a good time. But anyway, let's continue.
Reasons, as in life reasons, are undeniable. Same goes for Stellar Blade. The question to ask is, are the characters sufficiently competent and respected enough by the story to the point where their feats and action are more denoting of their character rather than their physical appearance?
Man, that's a fucking mouthful. I feel like you could simplify that, you know? I feel like, you know, and I like, does God.
It is still it's still a measurement, a trade-off between physical appearance and their feats and actions.
Yeah, it's still transactional, yeah. But anyway, let's continue.
I don't think there's an objective answer to this. It varies from person to person. But we can test that right now. Spoilers for Dorothy's story and the beginning of NIKKE.
Right.
When I say Dorothy, what do you remember? Do you remember a traumatized NIKKE struggling with loneliness and a lingering hatred for humanity due to her unappreciated sacrifices? Or do you remember that thigh jiggle?
Well, I mean, I haven't played like 15 hours of NIKKE to get to her fucking story, my dude, right? I'm not... How am I meant to know, right? How am I, layman, watcher, audience man, watching your video, meant to know that Dorothy is this traumatic...
Is she a boss character in some way? I don't...
Yeah, like, was she a character that was a boss and now she's an ally or something? Like, what's the context here? What happened, right? What actually, like, went down that caused her to be the way that she is, right? I don't have that context. Like, how is he expecting me to know, right? If I don't play the game. Because if I played the game, I'd know, right? Because obviously I played the fucking game, right? But when he, like, it's to loop back to the whole Arknights thing we were talking about before, right? With Gummy, right? Because I can go have a look. Where is she? She's fucking. Oh yeah, there she is. There's our girl, right? There's our girl, right? Let's copy that image, right? We're gonna slap that in the chat for you. There you go. I'll slap that one in there. She's also got a swimsuit skin, which is quite funny actually, because it kind of ties into what we're talking about a little bit. I will slap that in there just for the sake of completeness. Like, you look at Gummy, right? What does this tell you about Gummy, right? You know. Yeah, you bring it up. You know nothing about the Arknights, right? You know nothing about Arknights. You've never played Arknights, Ali. Ali's never played Arknights.
I played it for 5 minutes.
Played it for 5 minutes, right? You look at this character. What do you get from this character? What do you feel, right?
Something of a cook character. She appears to have. She has a pan and some barbecue set and a lunchbox thing going on. I don't see any weapons, so she might be something with more, you know, a chef.
She's got a big shield, though.
Is it a shield? I thought it was like a table where you put food on.
Well, I mean, it could be, but like, she's a defender class in the game, right?
But my impression is some kind of support character that heals others, maybe in either
you're actually quite right on that.
Outdoors cooking.
Yeah, exactly right. The color picks for Gummy Pop too. Yeah, it is actually really good.
All right, also candy in her hair.
But a lot of the Ursus characters do have red in their design. I mean, because again, it's Russia allegory, right? Russian beer girl allegory, right? But would you believe it, Ali? If you look at those cold, those big red eyes. She's the face of a cannibal, right? Big trauma in this cute healer support girl who likes cooking. You see, this is the face of evil. the face of pure Hannibal Lecter over here, right? She's fucking big Hannibal Lecter energy, right? So that's what I mean, right? You wouldn't know about her traumatic, you know, Lord of the Flies type style backstory type thing, right? If you didn't actually read that event or read her files to see her history and how she interacts with the other girls, right, of that particular group. Also, that shield is a safe door, by the way. Because you see it in her other artwork, it's a safe door. So yeah, look at that. The face of a girl who likes to eat people, right? Right. So it's one of those sort of, you know. So what I'm getting at, right, to loop back to the video, right, is you can't expect people to know at first glance that there's something deeper there unless they, like, you know, get told that there is something deeper there, right? So I think his point is kind of weird.
Also,
like
I can find TV to be attractive and fall into the existentialistic despair of immortality and death.
Yeah.
You can have both.
Exactly. Yeah, you can have both. Yeah, she can have jiggly thighs, but, you know, still be deep. And that's what I mean, right? It's like what is? How does it detract, right? What's the actual problem? So let's keep going.
When I say Marion, do you remember the kind NIKKE who stayed by your side even as she was being executed, or do you remember the caliber of those calcium cannons? Whatever your answer was, I'm sure it will also depend on the character in question. In terms of empowerment, the game succeeds in some places and fails in others. Which ones they are will depend on how lenient you are with the competence to sexualization ratio. As for Stellar
ratio.
Well, again, it's like, but he said a lot of words to basically say nothing. Like, he's just saying, oh, it's subjective. Like, that's all he said. It's just, oh, it's, you know, some people are gonna like it, some people are not gonna like it. He didn't actually say anything there. Like, it's I hate it. Anyway, let's continue.
Only one more thing that I feel would be interesting to look over. What about the sexualization of men?
Oh, here we go. Here we go. Cue fucking Kruger April Fool's Day login screen. In GFL. Man, that was funny. I fucking loved that. But anyway, let's keep going.
Is there even such a thing? Once again, because fuck me actually making one conclusive statement about anything in one of my videos, it depends on your point of view.
Again, it's just whatever, you know, it's just subjective. You know, there's no, you know, nothing. Listen, nothing matters, Ali. Nothing matters. It's all subjective, so why does it matter? I fucking hate it, man. I hate it so much. It's like, goddamn, dude, just fucking.
These statements.
Thesis statement.
He's
Right?
been,
But anyway,
he's
let's
been
hear about.
answer. I don't know.
Anyway, let's hear about sexy men.
If you ask for someone to show you a full body picture of a hot woman, they will probably show someone revealing a non-negligible amount of skin. Maybe shorts, some cleavage, a crop top, the works. But if you ask for someone to show you full body pictures of hot men, sure, there will be some shirtless guys here and there, but you will also see some men who are fully dressed, maybe a uniform, a suit, something like that. And this is an interesting phenomenon to see, right? I have a couple of theories that...
Women aren't in suits aren't sexy, Nretsew.
Listen. Office ladies have never been fetishized ever. It's never happened.
Teachers, office lady, judo, wearing full-on judo suits, armor, tactical gear.
Nuns, tactical gear, never sexualized ever. Never.
One piece dresses.
God. But I think this is an interesting point, though. But I feel like he's missing the forest through the trees, right? Because people because what people find sexy is different between women and men,
and
right?
culture.
But if
in
you
general.
and if you ask like a woman, right? Because I mean, we're not women, are we, Ellie? I mean,
no.
You technically, on screen, you're a woman, technically, but not.
I'm trans.
You're trans, yeah. Coming out, stunning and brave, coming out on stream as a violated heroine. Okay. Jokes aside,
where's the lie?
Where's the lie? Getting back to the point. So if you ask a woman what do they find attractive in a man, right? Like, obviously I can only speculate. I would have to actually ask and talk to a woman, right?
Hard
to find out. Yeah, it's hard. Yeah, it's hard. Maybe. Hey, look, Natalie, you're always welcome to come on the stream. I think Natalie would be a good person to have on the stream. Actually, I think she'd be fun to talk to. But you'd have to talk to a woman. Like, what do they actually find attractive in a man, right? Is the physicality of the man actually a key focus, right? Like, is that actually something that is super attractive? Or is the business suit sharp? He's a little bit physically attractive, but he looks like he's, got status, right? Is it the status that's the attractive thing here? Is it the perception of wealth?
The thing of the suit is that it projects a status, so you don't even.
That's what I'm saying. Like, that's what I'm saying. Is it the status that's attractive to the woman versus the physicality?
Yeah, but it's also
right. Is it a mix? Is it a mix? Is it a mix of them both? Right. Is it a mix of both? Whereas with like male desire, right? Like, obviously we're a lot more physically orientated, right? We care more about the physicality of the woman, or maybe if you're a guy, right, who's gay, right, you like big buff men with fucking abs or whatever, right? Like, typically it's a more physical attraction rather than a contextual attraction, I guess would be the way to put it. And I've talked to people that read a lot of those trash. I don't want to say trashy, but those like fantasy novel romance.
Yeah, the supermarkets. Have, like, at least in the supermarkets here.
Those kinds of novels. Yeah, like a lot of those are about oh, he's this biker man who's gruff, and he's gonna wisp me away from my responsibilities, and he treats me like such a precious angel, but he's so gruff and dirty, and all that kind of stuff.
Maybe to disagree slightly, there's just as many of the it's just so wide. There's so in the end.
Oh yeah, no, I'm not saying it's like I'm not saying like this is a general like this is the only thing women care about.
Yeah,
right? But I'm saying what I'm saying
here.
Yeah, I'm not becoming the entertainer. No, I'm not. What I'm saying is more that I do think that a lot of women are into a different kind of thing, right, than what men are, right? And I think that reflects in the media created for women versus media that's created, I guess, maybe not necessarily for men. It's kind of hard to talk about because I think those lines are starting to get more blurred over time. We don't have as much of a like Arknights, for example, right? What's on screen right now. You've got there's plenty of male characters in Arknights. A lot of them are, sharp looking. You've got your silver daddy, as the community likes to call him, right? He's suave, business suit. He's got his cane, right? He's got that look to him. You've got Mountain, who's the guy that's the big, furry type looking dude, the Tiger Man. He's big, buff, massive muscles, beats the shit out of stuff, but he's also like an intellectual who reads books, right? Which is kind of the funny thing about him. There's plenty of different male archetypes within Arknights, right? That can appeal to women or men with certain proclivities, right? So it's kind of interesting. Like, I feel like he is tapping into something here that is an interesting discussion point, and I would be really interested to actually talk with have a conversation with a woman, with a gay dude, with someone like that, right? Why are you what are you attracted to here, right? What are the things that you're into versus what I'm into? I think that's an interesting conversation to have, right? But I don't feel like he's going to really expand.
It's not in the scope of this video.
Yeah, exactly. But I do think he's hitting on something here that's really fascinating. But let's see if he does actually hit into it a bit more.
It might explain that, none of which I think are actually correct, but putting them out there to see how they withstand criticism is probably a good way to get closer to the truth. In essence, it could be because the sexualization of men is still a very new phenomena, since only very recently in human history has it become comparatively accepted that cis women and the LGBTQ+ community may want to see a bit of man ass. It could also be...
Well, I don't know though. Like, I don't...
The sexualization of men in the same way as women was very often not hidden, but put in the corner of those novels that you talked about.
Yeah, and I don't. My problem is it's like I said. I feel like there's a difference in the the way that people want them to be sexualized, right? Like, I feel like there's a difference here that he's missing, right? And I also don't think, I mean, come on, like, sexualization of men's been like fucking. You can't fucking tell me, right? When you have tabloid, women's magazines or whatever, right? And they have like the fucking, this hot actor is at the paparazzi shot of hot actor at the beach. Look at his bulge, right? Oh, his big, his fucking huge 6-pack abs. He's getting, ripped for this movie role or something. Like, I'm sorry, but you can't fucking tell me that shit hasn't been going on for ages, right?
No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying more of the...
Oh, no, I'm not saying you. No, Ellie, I'm not saying you. I'm saying him, right?
Oh, all right, sorry.
Yeah, I'm not talking about you. I know you don't agree. I guess I had to clarify that. I'm talking about what he just said, because he made the point that, the sexualization of men is something that's, only happened relatively recently, and I think that's just wrong. I think
the only way that I would remotely agree is that it's there's just way more of the female sexualization than the men's sexualization, and if there is now a shift that more men's sexualization is more acceptable, a little bit more of the mainstream outside of, because you have the perfume commercials, you have the magazines, but outside of that, you could put sexy women on video cards, graphic cards. I mean, you could have sexy women on page 3 of your British tabloids.
Twilight and Magic Mike. Yeah, that's a good one.
But Twilight is still
I wanted to bring
recent.
up. I wanted to bring up something completely different, which kind of ties into my whole how do you define this, right? Because the existence of yaoi, right, and bishoujo type, stuff. Is that sexual? Is shonen? That's the word I'm looking for. Is that sexualizing men? Because that's like, obviously it's gay men, but a lot of women are into yaoi, right? They like seeing the two men kissing just the same way we like seeing two women kiss, right? And the same kind of thing, right? Is that a form of sexualization of men? I would say it is, right? I would say that you're sexualizing men in a way we do, shipping two men together, you're drawing fan art of them, in sexual situations, kissing, they're topless, right? They've got their pecs showing or whatever. Like, oh, look, they've got their bulge, stuff like that. I feel like, yeah, and it's like Mushroom said, that's been a thing since like the 70s. That's been forever, right? So I feel like he's kind of like missing, like, I feel like there's some missing pieces here, like, and I don't think that it's as cut and dry as, oh, sexy women have been everywhere. I would argue, yeah, it's probably more visible, right? I would agree with that. I think that there's definitely an element of, female sexual content is more visible, but to say that, oh, male sexualization is a recent phenomenon, and I don't agree with that at all. I think that's completely wrong. I think there's been plenty of male sexualization. I think part of the issue is that people don't view it as sexualization, right? Because let's take buff man at the beach example, right? A lot of people don't view that in the same way they would view hot girl in a bikini, right? Like they don't view it as sexual.
Maybe
they don't view it as sexual in the same way, but it is actually the same thing.
No,
right?
because if women look. I'm going to agree. Don't worry.
No. But I want to finish my point before you agree, right? Because I was about to be finished. Because the reason being is that in both cases, it's the physical attributes of the person on display, right? That is the thing that people are looking at, right? So it's the same thing. It's sexualization, right? In that manner. But anyway, I'll let you agree with.
No, I'm going to say that maybe appreciating the female body is often very quickly sexualized or found
it's
sexual.
Considered a sexual thing.
Well, the appreciation of the male body is admiring, and if you're female, it's sexy. But if you're a man, it's bro. Oh, you've got some good muscles, bro. No homo.
Yeah,
bro.
I was gonna say a lot. The common argument you get online is people will say like, oh, but the like Kratos from God of War, right? He's big manly man, muscular, big man, right? That's like the male power fantasy, right? Like that's not sexualized because it's the male. Males want, they want to, be Kratos, right? They view that as something to aspire to, right? They view it as it's not seen as a sexual way. But I would argue that no, Kratos being big, muscular man, like if we're going to consider like the female stuff sexual, I would consider that sexual too, right?
Yeah,
and the thing is that's not bad. That's not a bad thing, right?
It is still a cultural thing where
I think it is too.
Not recognizing that you looking at buff man and saying, "Damn, that buff man is pretty buff."
We managed to get 3 hours in without shitting on the Americans.
Oh.
We got 3 hours in, and
we still have 5 minutes. We can do it.
Like 5 minutes.
No, we can. In this society, in this culture, looking at a buff man and saying and just going, "Oh, that man is a pretty buff dude," is not gay, is not sexual. And maybe in the future that will be more sexual, maybe not. That's kind of maybe looking at women. Damn, woman, you're pretty buff. Oh, damn, woman, your breasts are pretty big. Maybe one day that will be not as sexual.
Well, I think it's less that it needs to not be sexual, and more that it being sexual needs to be not seen as a bad thing, right?
Yeah,
that's where I come from. I think because I can see where you're coming from, where it's like, yeah, you could view it as like, instead of viewing it as a sexual thing, you could just view it as a non-sexual thing, the same way we do with men. But I would rather it be, yeah, it's sexual, so what? Right? Like, who cares? Who cares if it's like, oh man, that dude's pecs are super fucking buff. That's
man, and also
like if it's a woman saying it, right? If it's a woman or a gay man saying it, right? Like they're going, man, that guy, that guy's cum gutters are fucking deep as shit, right? Or whatever.
Yeah,
right?
I was just going to mention real quick something you mentioned a while ago, that BL stuff, right? I don't really feel that really applies, only because BL is kind of exists only in the fiction, right?
In a sense, but
Yuri
but
exists
it is,
in the fiction. Yaoi only really exists in the fiction. Therefore, I don't really.
But in the abstract, though, I do think, like, in the abstract, you could make the argument that it is sexualization because you're taking, male and female characters and sexualizing them, right? So I in the abstract, I think it applies. But I agree with you; it's obviously not real, right? It's not.
Yeah.
It's not the same as, like, it's not. It is not the same as, like, a real life person that you're ogling or whatever, right?
Yeah.
It's different. But I do think, in the context of talking about fiction, which we are, right? Because we're talking about games and sexualization in video games and stuff. I do think it is important to bring that up because, if the claim is, oh, sexualization of men is rare, well, I mean, have you fucking seen some of that shit? But anyway,
let's continue.
We're almost there, guys.
We've dealt with the man subject before it started, so let's see what he's going to say.
Exactly. Let's see what he's going to say.
Because the traits that make a man hot are different from the ones that make a woman hot.
Oh wow, look at that! Exactly what I was talking about. But anyways.
Once again, I may not be the best person to analyze this since I am mostly straight. That being said, there's a specific type of guy that can refer to me as John F. Kennedy, as I will be at the back of the car giving them messy head. Let's take a look at some of the designs from Genshin, Arknight, and Punishing Grey Raven, since those are the gachas I've played that have a decently good roster of male characters. Here is the man from Genshin. You know what gets hard when I look at him? My time pronouncing his name. This character is hot, even though he's only showing like 20% of his skin. Is it the suit, the sharpness, the forearms? Saying that this character has a sexualized design is delusional, but like, he is hot. Undeniably, design.
Yeah, but it is
what we are talking about, right?
Yeah, like this is exactly what we were talking about. It's actually interesting because we might have jumped the gun a little bit, right? As we do, as part of the show, right? But this is what I'm talking. But there's the other thing you mentioned: the cultural aspect, right? Like, compare this to Kratos, right? Like, in Asia, they value different things as attractive in men, right? This is
wearing makeup isn't necessarily a female thing. At least that was something in Korea, I believe. It's hard to take. That was also like 10 years ago, so who knows how culture has changed.
His lean is super raw, right? His pelvic tilt, like there's aspects to this that are like, his pose, the way that his presence on the screen, right? I feel like there is sexual elements here, but it's appealing to.
He's wearing cuffs, Nretsew. He has cuffs on his belt.
So I think, right, what's happening here, right, is there are sexual signals being projected by the design, but they're not sexual signals for us, for you and me, right? Because obviously we're not like, I mean, I'm not going to suck this guy's dick, right? Like, I'm not attracted to this man sexually, right? I don't. He's not feminine enough, right?
I spotted the cuffs on his belt. Belt as a sexual sign. That's sexy. There's a
dominance. There's a dominance element, right? There's a presence. But getting back to what I'm saying, right? Like, I'm not, I might like my femboys now and then, right? I might like my traps, but I'm not, I'm not gonna suck this guy's man dick, right? I'm not into that, right? So I think it's sending sexual signals to a different. It's almost like those signals are just not penetrating, like they're not doing the same thing for me that they would for, let's say, like a woman or a gay man or something, right? And I feel like that gets lost a lot when people like this talk about it, because it's not his fault, or it's not our fault either, because we're not wired that way, right? Like, I would be more interested in having this design analyzed by someone that does actually find it sexually attractive, right? And to find out why they find it sexually attractive. I think that would be a much more interesting conversation.
Not every from all the female characters that came by, right? I wasn't attracted to them all. Big breasts alone doesn't make it super hot.
Yeah, that's the other thing too.
So
yeah, it's very
especially those Azura Lane characters, just
Hey,
showing,
remember? Yeah. Sorry,
just posing with your ass towards me isn't enough to be
it's
immediately
nice.
sexually. It's not enough to be immediately sexually attractive. Just like, you know, a little bit of chest, some strong arms, and well-defined legs isn't enough to find him super sexually attractive.
Well, it's like I was saying with Bagpipe, right? The Arknight, the Scottish girl, right? She, I was saying like the racing girl skin that arguably shows way more skin on it is not as attractive to me as the landing strips. I call it that, but the tactical skin, right? The one where she's in a more militaristic uniform. Because even though that shows less skin, the skin that it does show, right, emphasizes
mysterious.
A part of, it emphasizes a part of the body, right? And it makes it a lot more. I think that, and that could be a personal thing for me. Maybe I just like legs on a subconscious level. I don't fucking know, right? But maybe there's something else going on there. But I feel like again, I don't want to just like do the whole what he does, where it's like, oh, it's all subjective or whatever, right? Because I do think there is something going on here, but I don't agree. I don't agree. Let's cap this off so we can continue, right? Because he's obviously got other examples, right? I don't agree that this image is not sexual in a sense, right? Explicitly sexual, yes, because obviously he's not showing his dick, right? Like it's not explicitly sexual, but I do think it is sending sexual signals, right? Out, right?
Yeah.
It's just that those signals are not being received by someone that they're not for, right? So, but let's see what his other examples are, and we'll see where he kind of goes with this.
Trying to be attractive. He's a warden in game, and for reference, this is what a warden looks like in real life.
Oh, that's why the cops.
Yeah, he's a warden. Yeah, but again, like, why reality? Why we got to tie it back to reality?
We're not
fans? Come on,
we don't care about actual
reality here.
Female soldier.
Come on, man.
Here's another example from Genshin. I'll hate them, with exposed shoulders like some sort of fucking slut. Once again, bro has like...
Holy shit, okay. Oh, man. See, but here's the thing. He's getting at exactly what I'm talking about, Ellie, right? Like with the bagpipe skin, with the exposed like leg area, right? This is the same thing, but it's signaling to a different demographic. The exposed like shoulder, right? Because that, I mean, it's hard to see when it's zoomed out like that. So I might, when did he zoom in on it? Like I wanna get
real life. Here's another example from Genshin. I'll hate them, with exposed shoulders like some sort of fucking slut.
There we go. I wanted all the text on screen just because I thought it was funny. Let me see if I got it. Did I get? Yes, I did. Good. But this is what I mean, though, right? Like this is signaling to a different thing, because that exposed shoulder, right, has defined muscle. I think what's the name of that muscle? I've been doing anatomy studies, so I think it's the biceps, right, or the shoulder muscle, and then you've got like the there's other muscles, like they're all well defined, right? And it's being highlighted as a point, right, of skin, right? The deltoid. Thank you, Jake. The deltoid. Thank you, Jake and Sam. Thank you. That's what we want. So yeah, like again, it's sending the same kind of signals as, bagpipes thighs, right? It's just sending those signals to a different demographic. And what I find interesting about this is he obviously recognizes this, because he's like, oh, exposed shoulders like some kind of slut, right? Like he recognizes this, but he's not applying that to bagpipe, right? Because he wouldn't say, oh, bagpipe's exposing her thighs like a slut, right? he would, like, I'll meme about it, right? I'll meme about the landing strip or whatever, right? I'll fucking meme about that. But I don't think that she's like, actually trying to be sexually provocative with that design. It's just that it's designed that way to kind of invoke that feeling, right? That kind of, ooh, that's attractive. That's monkey brain go bing, right? Like, that kind of thing, right? And I feel like that's what's happening here. It's just this again, the signals are not connecting, right? For us, right? Because we're not attracted to that. We don't have that
Yeah.
same thing. But if you ask, that's why I would be fascinated to actually ask a fucking woman, right? Do you have the same feeling that I get when I look at Bagpipe's thighs when you look at this man's bicep, right? Does that trigger something in you in the same way it does for me?
Hey, look at
I would
those.
be fucking fascinated.
Look at his belt, at his hip. Here he's wearing those panties.
Wait, what?
You know those
What?
panties with the string that goes way above your way above your hip, almost to your middle.
He's not. I think that's just a scarf, Ellie.
Nah.
I think that's just an because you can see, look at his back, like the scarf is tucked in and it's like wrapped around his belt. I don't.
I choose to believe.
Well, let's see what he looks like zoomed out again, right? We'll have a look.
Once again, bro has like 15% of his skin showing at most, and yet he's got the entire community drooling. I cannot fail to neglect the fact that
Oh, there's another shot. Yeah, look. So he's got like pants on, and yeah, it's just his belt, right? It's just his belt. He's not.
But under those pants, there is the small panty with it just fits all in.
Oh god. But anyway, it's
his tank top is tight enough that you can see the muscles beneath. Sexualized? I don't know, maybe a little bit, but here's a normal college kid for reference.
What the fuck are you talking about?
Who cares about your real life?
Yeah, it's like, but the problem is, it's like it is sexualized. Of course, it's sexualized. Oh, God, he's so close to getting it. Like he's so fucking close.
But when he can't step out his own sexuality.
Yeah, he can't. Yeah, he can't step it, and that's what I mean. Like I'm here trying to think, man, what would this be like for someone that was attracted to this? Like, how would this trying to empathize with them, right? Like, how would this actually feel? Would it feel the same way that I feel? Like, I don't know. I want to know, right? I'm trying to know, right? I think that's an interesting convo. But it's like he's stopping that convo at like the final step. Like he's almost about to get it, and then he's just like, nah. But anyways, keep going.
Here is Phantom from Arknights. The only thing that is uncovered.
Oh yeah, Phantom. Yeah, he's an interesting pick actually. I would have thought he would have chosen Silver Ash or what would be another.
He has a cat and a sharp dressed suit, I guess.
Yeah, he's like an assassin type character.
Oh yeah, see the knife. Yeah.
Let me have a look. Because let me see what I can find here. I forgot to go to the filter and have a look. Because where's Silver Ash? He's one that people tend to fawn over. More so for one of his skins, actually, would be a better pick to give you an idea of what I'm talking about here. So, Silver Ash was one of the early characters in the game too. So there you go. There's a skin of Silver Ash, right? Let me have a look. Fawns is another one people tend to go for male characters. There's a few males in here that are different. There's also like the shouldery type characters as well in Arknights that kind of have different feelings to them, trap type stuff. But yeah, it's kind of. Oh yeah, there's Phantom.
Yeah.
I think there's a few skins for him as well. Oh yeah, there's because he's tied into this whole Phantom of the Opera type thing. Because I'm not gonna go through like the entire fucking lore because it would take too long. But here's a skin for Phantom, right?
Alright, going to black out the entire thing again.
Yeah, black. You're gonna have to black it out. Yeah, get it all up.
One.
Oh yeah, that's the Silver Ash. Silver Ash. Look, he's in a sharp suit, right? He's got authority, right? He's exuding status, and the Dapper Ash, yeah, he's exuding that authority, right? And I would be interested to know if that's one of the reasons why people are kind of attracted to him, right? Because they see him as this, authority figure.
Was
right?
it does the clothes make the man? I think this is kind of
something like that. Yeah. Like, of course, it's not because I feel like there's a difference between explicitly sexualized, right, and implied, I guess, or like different signals, right? Like I feel there's a difference here that he's not getting.
It means more like
but
we have cultural association with specific kind of clothes and specific specific gestures that can make something sexual when it was otherwise not.
Yeah, so if you bring up the Phantom skin, which is the same character, right? I think that's a better example because that's the same character, right? So I'll let you bring that up, and I'll talk about it a little bit.
Black screen again.
Whoosh, black screen as we bring it up. He's got the drip to get the woman drip. Sexy woman who has authority in my eyes. Ooh, that's a good question. Well, everyone loves Calcit because Calcit's because Calcit is she's fucking the big authority in Arknights, right? And everyone loves her because she's a hag. So hag love, right? Sag hex, right? So anyway, looking at this, right? So you got Phantom here, right? He's got, a kind of a piratey type look going on. He's got that. He's got an open chest area,
a
right?
Musketeer, I would say.
Yeah, he's got musketeer type look to him. He's got a sword. He's got his he's got his stuff going on.
Is it a musket on his hip? No. Oh, it's a knife.
No, it's another blade. I think it's like a dagger. He's got daggers on his hips.
Knife, dagger.
So yeah, knives, right? So like this, it's a different kind of vibe, right? Like it's a different vibe being portrayed here. And I do think that like if you ask someone that was into men, right? Like actually into men, they'd probably say that he looks sexy, right? Like he looks sexy in a sense, right? Like I would say that, he's exuding some kind of sexuality there. So yeah, I feel like again, it just comes back down to this kind of messaging thing, like what's being sent via the design, right?
Yeah.
But anyhow,
let's move on to the next man, if he has a next man.
No, he had 3 examples, and he hasn't actually fully talked about Phantom yet. So let's see what he has to say about Phantom.
It is his face, yet I feel like one more inch of skin revealed would make the design less attractive for whatever reason. Like, if you take away the gloves, the design just wouldn't hit the same. What the fuck is going on here? Like some sort of inverse phenomena where the less skin a man shows, the more attractive he appears.
Alright, we already discussed that. It's not true.
Yeah, we already talked about that, and it's like, again, it's like different signals.
Finally, here's Watanabe epitaph from Punishing Grey Raven. Not even the skin of his neck is showing. Have I made my point yet? It's very hard to say that any of the characters I've presented are sexualized in any way, but the design just works. It could be a matter of pose, but it's probably more of a presentation thing. Every single one of them looks serious, competent, physically strong, or even all at the same time. They all have a bit of a vibe where you can look at them and say, yeah, that's a man, alright. Is it about appearing traditionally masculine? Let me...
No.
I feel like he's just missing the point, though. Because he's not picking up on it.
He's not stepping out of his own sexuality.
Yeah, because he's viewing it the same, like he's trying to say that, like, because I don't think that they, like, people into that kind of thing view it the same way like we do, right? Because if, I see the hot woman in NIKKE, right? And I'll be like, damn, she got a fat ass, she got big boobs, that's sexual, right? That's hot, right? That's cool, right? I see the sexy office lady, right? Oh man, she's just dressed in office lady attire, but it's still sexy, right? Like fully dressed, just office lady clothes, sexy. Oh, she's dressed like a nun, but her breasts are still kind of visible, right? Pretty face, still sexy. Fucking, what would be a good example? Fucking,
Commander,
I was gonna say Goblins.
Automata.
Yeah, the commander from Nier Automata, right? Like she's fully dressed, and she's still sexy.
Because she has command. She's the commander.
Yeah, exactly. And like, it's not about the skin, right? Like, I feel like the issue is like he's focusing too much on more skin equals sexy, right? When that's not actually the case, right? Sometimes less is more, right? And that applies just as much to female characters as it does to male characters. Again, Bagpipe example is a good one, right? Like, that design is incredibly sexy. I fucking love it. I think it's great. But it only shows a little bit of skin. So I'm obviously having the same kind of reaction to that skin that I would assume people that are into men would have when they see these characters, right? Like, they recognize that they're attractive, right? So, yeah, I'm kind of like, Nagasaki, yeah, Blue Archive, fully clothed, yeah, exactly. It's one of those things. But anyway, we're almost done, guys. We're almost there.
Good.
Oh, yeah, yeah. We could talk about Blue Archive when we talk about it. Anyways,
use this as an excuse to look at the twinks. Here's Wanderer from Genshin, and here's Lumen from Arknights.
Oh yeah, we got to look at the twinks now. So now we got the Shota, Shota boys.
All right,
Shota time. Well, maybe not
Shota
boys,
has short pants, which is very Shota-ish. Small stature.
He's got small stature. He's looking a bit sporty, right? Lumen, he's a bit more of a scrawny guy. He's a bit more meek. Meek is probably the right word for it, right?
He doesn't really look very... Well, he said twink, not Shota, I guess.
Yeah, he said twink. Yeah, he's not talking about just Shota. But here's the thing, right? Again, it's sending different signals, right? Some people probably... it's like with us and women, right? Flat chest versus not flat chest. Some people are into their short women. Some people like tall women. Some people want their buff, dommy mommy, big muscle girls, right? And some people want their, thinner, skinnier, scrawnier.
Lumen looks
right?
too emo for me at the moment.
He's looking emo. He is a little bit emo. Yeah, he's got that vibe. Yeah. Anyway, let's keep going.
Neither of them are traditionally masculine in the way you'd expect. Skara here is a...
But here's the thing. Lumen, right? Yeah. I would argue he is yaoi, right? He is.
Yeah, he's more of a. Kabedont. He's getting kabedont by a big senpai, big.
Yeah.
His boss or something.
Yeah.
Because he works over hours.
That's what I'm saying, right? Like he's got that vibe, right? And that vibe, I think, is what people find sexy. It's not the physicality of it, right? Because this guy's falling into that trap. He's thinking, traditional forms of attractiveness equals more sexy, right? Whereas, there's nothing wrong with our boy Lunman here. He's pretty, he's fine.
Yeah.
He's
by the way,
fine.
Nretsew, I'm getting a lot of packet losses here. You're a bit robot-y at the moment.
Oh no. Oh well, again, it's probably the lightning and the thunder fucking with my connection. We'll see what happens. Well, we're almost done. Let's just get through it, and then we can do anime, and then we'll be, because if we die during anime, then it's fine.
Yeah.
Let's get through the video.
Temperamental to mention a short king, and Lumen is a very soft-spoken guy with a very gentle vibe overall. Are they hot? Maybe not traditionally, but Skara has a pretty substantial following, and Lumen... I mean, he's there. What's interesting to see is that this discourse is almost never directed to men because the traits that make a man look attractive often don't have a big intersect with traditionally sexual characters.
He's not on fanfiction boards. What fanfiction site whatsoever.
Yeah, he's not on what's that fanfiction site? Fucking
Archive of Your Own.
Yeah, fucking.
He's not in the Pixies. He's not on the Twitter.
He's not on Pixiv. Yeah, he's not on the Pixiv. Yeah, he's not.
It exists, my dude. I can't. I look at those characters and I can tell he's not a comic cat buying the doujins.
Yeah. All right, let's keep going.
Characteristics. You see the girls in NIKKE with very revealing clothes and you think they're hot. You can also see Chief Deputy Anderson in NIKKE fully dressed in military attire and also think he's hot. Go figure. I thought that the pattern was something like the graph that I had made with very verifiable sources that I didn't pull out of my ass. Does it have something to do with the clothes? Here's where I can bring up the girls from Helltaker, a game that is literally about making a harem, and every single one of the girls is not only dressed, most of them are wearing suits or some variant of that. And there's Judgment. Are they sexualized? Not that much, but if the clothes are supposed to be the deterrent, then explain this. Once again, it's...
So, again, my man, you're thick. My man, my dude. Feel like I'm gonna have to grab his shoulder. I'm gonna be like, listen, we're gonna have to have the talk, okay? We're gonna have to sit down.
Apparently, the clothes aren't that big of a deal.
Yeah. See, Blue Archive. Yeah, exactly. My dude, listen. If you don't think a woman in a sharp-ass suit, right, that highlights her curves, right, if you don't think that's sexy, my man, I don't know what to say, man. I don't think we can save you. Okay, I don't think we can save you at this point. Oh man, but anyway, right, we're almost done. Last few seconds.
It's a matter of presentation. I don't think sexualization is intrinsically bad. It's there for a reason, and it sells, and it's pretty and pleasant to look at. It only becomes a problem when it gets in the way of telling a story, when it fucks up the pacing for the sake of unnecessary pieces of fan service.
I wish these people would actually give examples of this. Right?
He already said that. He already kind of, in the beginning of the video, kind of said that sexualization of any kind really detracts, is a cost.
Yeah, it's a cost. Yeah, and it's only there because it's, you know, capitalism or whatever, right? But I don't like, they never actually like, because here's the thing: if you're watching Talavru, is Talavru's sexual content detracting from Talavru? Is DXD's sexual content distracting from DXD? Is like what is the example of, you know, it happening? Because people bring up Fire Force, and we've talked at length about Fire Force. I'm not going to rehash the same discussion about that again, right? But people bring that up. But that's at least an example we can talk about, you know? But outside of that one example, I never see anyone actually bring up a tangible case of, oh, I was watching the super serious show or playing the super serious game, but the clapping of the girl's ass cheeks distracted me from the fucking experience, right? Like I never, I never fucking see examples of this, right? Where it actually applies. So
the only thing that I can say is that it isn't one-to-one, but it is kind of my Hokkaido gals thing.
Yeah, maybe, but it's like was said in the chat, right? Like the Hokkaido girls is kind of like, that's the point, right? So then it becomes less about like it actually detracting from what it was trying to do, and it being what it's trying to do and you not liking it. Because there's a difference, right? There's a difference between the show is trying to do something, right? And it fails at doing that because it's distracting with the fan service, and it being about the fan service or trying to be fan service, and that just being what it is and you not liking it, right? Those are two different things, right? So let's finish up.
Yeah,
let's finish up. We're almost done.
Have it there at all? Well, to quote the gentleman from the tweet earlier, because bros like big titty bitches, next video make some real fucking content.
Yeah, so in the end, nothing matters.
So my opinion on games that I didn't play enough.
Oh yeah, he is actually done. Yeah, I was gonna say, because there was a little bit of the video left. I was like, oh, is he actually done? But yeah, he is actually done. So, man, what a video that was. I feel like he kind of like didn't. I think the way I would summarize this is he used a whole lot of words to say a whole lot of nothing, right?
Wasn't the like 5 minutes was about his his wrong
opinion on Nikkei, yeah.
He had a
wrong
impression.
Yeah.
But 5 minutes is a little bit too long for his journey through it, right?
Yeah, and he didn't present it like that either. Like, he presented it as like, okay, here's what's in Nikkei, you know, I found it to be shallow or whatever. And then he like he didn't hint that that's where he was going, right? So I just assumed that, oh no, his point is that Nikkei is shallow, right? And, you know, I can't defend or I can't defend or agree with that because I haven't fucking played it. So
yeah, it wasn't enough of the game being explained to us to know much to either agree or disagree. But then we only could disagree on kind of the vague vibes that his opinions
becomes psychopath. But you know, I feel like it's a continuation of the whole like fan services transactional type thing where, okay, you have to have something there, but where's the example of there being nothing there? Because even in Lane, right? Even in Azura Lane, I would argue, like, yeah, I don't read the story, but if I did read the story, maybe there is something there that I'm missing, right? Maybe there is some depth going on that I'm not getting, right? Because I don't have time to read all this fucking text, right? So I kind of like, I feel like this video didn't really do a good job kind of getting into the core question, right? Does sexualization degrade the value of a character? I mean, obviously you and I would say no, right? We don't agree that that degrades the value of a character.
But
I don't.
It's a hard bar to reach. That's kind of where I stand.
Yeah, like he doesn't do a very good job at like asking that question or answering it, right? Like there's no real definitive, like it just kind of ends with, well, it's all subjective, my opinion, man, right? Type stuff. So yeah, not a great not a great showcase of this man. But it was fun discussions though. I think we had a good time talking about it. It was fun talking about it. Oh yes, yeah. I guess the thing I'll cap off with for it then is the whole cynical. Oh, it's just capitalism. They have to put sex in the games because it sells. Yada yada. And I feel that takes a lot because I've always talked about artistic agency, right?
Mm-hmm.
One of the first clips is I believe my rant about gacha games and how those devs have agency, right? I feel like that gets lost in these discussions a lot, where people just assume that devs are doing things for cynical reasons instead of, hey, maybe they are doing it because maybe the devs of Stellar Blade and NIKKE, they make the girls like that because that's what they enjoy, that's what they like, they want to do that, right? That's that and that's just it's that simple, basically, right? But anyhow, unless you've got any other final thoughts of your own?
It kind of the problem started early in that he what were my exact words? A pedestal of disdain.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah.
Where then sexiness, sexuality, sexualization becomes a detracting entity on characters, on story. But he kind of he remains very vague about it. Of course, that is not entirely unavoidable because it's all culture, it's all perspective, it's all opinion. And it's a video. This video is across the entire world, and of course, he comes from a culture. Other cultures won't agree with that. Sorry. So it's always a hard sell to kind of definitively say that one form of looking, of being is detracting from something, because women carrying guns won't go over well in some countries at all. So that might be degrading on their femininity. They shouldn't have to do that. As a failure of society if the women have to fight.
Yeah.
So that was the start of the problems, and to jump to the end, he apparently can't step out of his own sexuality. He can't see he can't look at an image of big strong arms, of big wide shoulders, of a stance that is ready to jump, of seeing the cuffs on his belt and say, "Ooh, that might be fun to use on a bat and a hand." So yeah, sex is bad, and I am super heterosexual. Even though I joke about I joke
0% gay. 0% gay.
I
yeah.
joke about sucking dick, but actually, no, I can't imagine it at all.
Oh man. But anyhow. So I guess I'm gonna probably go refill my drink because my throat's getting a bit on the dry side after all of that ranting and raving and talking and walking. So I will be right back in a second. So why don't you talk about something you like? What do you some fun anime that you like? I will be back in a second.
I'm not going to talk about anime right away. I'm going to say about the regret I have, and that is that I didn't grab my syrup, my elderflower syrup that I bought at a street market, free market fair. I went yesterday. I lived in a neighborhood where there was a thing every year, and then I moved out of the neighborhood. Didn't visit it for like 5 years. Today I went back there, and I got some elderflower syrup, syrup lemonade. But I thought about getting it here to drink during the stream for myself, but no, I didn't. I was too busy preparing the stream to actually do. No, it's not a farmer's market. It's in the middle of the town, so it is. There's a bouncy castle, the shopping streets. In front of the shops themselves, the shop owners sell some stuff at the discount. There is recruitment. Yeah, call it a fair, but in the middle of a town, basically. Not on the town square, but just in a neighborhood. The shopping street, the main street of the neighborhood, gets closed off, and lots of events. Lots of events for kids. They get sent around all over across the neighborhood of like five, 6 streets to do. To get makeup done there, paint your face there, and kick a football over there, and then if you have all the points, then you get a little prize.
Sounds fun.
Yeah. Also, the fun thing is that the people living there, was what I did back in the day. You can sell your stuff on the street on that day. So you sit, you grab a big blanket, a big sail, you put it on, you lay it on the pavement in front of you, and you put all the stuff you want to sell on there, and people walk by and buy stuff from you if they want it. And then you walk around and you buy stuff from other people. And at the end, there was a smaller neighborhood party of the street itself, a small barbecue. That was fun.
Sounds good. Glad you had a good time.
Yeah.
Sounds fun.
But let's talk about anime. And this week,
anime time. Yes.
Anyway, we're going to talk about a record low of amount of anime this time.
Well, we don't have to talk about Mushoku Tensei because that didn't
that's
this week. So
we're not talking. Unless you have caught up on Remaster.
No, I haven't watched Remaster.
Yeah, so no Remaster, no Mushoku Tensei.
Well, we weren't going to talk about Remaster anyway.
No,
it was so fucking
terrible. Last time I said, the fight scene was actually good. So maybe if.
Oh yeah, that's right. You did, didn't you? Shit. Yeah, I haven't caught up with it because I've backburned it completely.
Jake is completely correct. Yeah, Rommelmarkt, but it's more of a Vrijmarkt in that sense, like Koningsdag.
Interesting. So what do we got? What do we want to talk about first? What do we got?
I've been talking for a little bit. You talk about Blue Archive. It was mentioned a couple of times.
So it's the Blue Archive time. And this episode was kind of a bit more of a, it was a bit of a chill, calm down episode from last episode, right? Because last episode we had the big fight, right, with the problem solver, in the task force versus Gehenna, right? And this time around, it was kind of a wind down sort of, let's do some setup, right? Particularly around our little pink-haired girl Hoshino here, because we have interestingly enough, an anime-only, adaptations, anime-only segment where Hina and the blue-haired girl from last episode are having a conversation about Hoshino, and apparently when she was a first-year student, she was big, badass, fuck them all up, jumping around with the shield, right? Oh man, she was considered big danger, she could do big damage, right? Because she's super powerful, right? And they actually have a scene that's anime original where they show off short-haired Hoshino, because she's long-haired now, short-haired Hoshino just fucking a bunch of people up. It's really good. But it's basically setting some stuff up, because Hoshino is she puts on this mask of lazy Oji-sama, laid back, haha, I'm sleepy all the time. But there's something it feels like she's hiding something, right? It feels like she's actually deep depression, right? Deep depression, deep psychological thing. She's gotten a letter about some kind of transfer request, something. She's contemplating a decision that she has to make. Now, I obviously know what's coming because I know the story, but I'm trying to present this in like, if you were an anime only watcher, right?
Yeah.
How would you describe it, right? And this is kind of what I'm saying. There's hints of inner turmoil, and the scene with Sensei on the roof here kind of hints at that, where I think Sensei is kind of picking up on that, but he's not like pushing it too hard in a sense, right? Where he, and I find this interesting, actually. I find that interesting how they're kind of handling it, because she's kind of dropping hints, and Sensei's kind of picking up on the hints, but Sensei doesn't want to like push her too hard on it, because then she just retracts back into the lazy Oji-sama persona, right? So there's some interesting stuff going on there that I wanted to talk about. The other side of the coin is what happens with the Problem Solver Task Force, where they obviously have to move, right? And an interesting thing that happens. So you remember in the episode where they robbed the bank, right?
Yeah.
And they got all the money, and they left the money behind, and the Problem Solver Task Force picked up the money, right? And they got the money. Well, they ended up giving the money to the ramen shop owner that they blew up the ramen shop. So the money, but I think it's kind of interesting because it half undermines the message of that. Because remember, the message of that episode was, you don't want to use the dirty money because it's dirty money. That's bad. If you use money that you stole, what's to say that you won't steal again? So and so. But then the money just kind of loops back around. And ends up and the shop clerk even like asks, like, is this dirty money or not? And all the girls have to be like, no, maybe it was just a kind donation from the community or something. Like, they kind of lie about it. And so I'm kind of like, I feel like that's a little bit of a problem with the storytelling there a little bit. It's a bit kind of like undermining the message of that a little bit. But I mean, I guess you could say it ends well, right? All's well, it ends well. So yeah, instead of using the money for their selfish reason, the Problem Solver Task Force gives the money to the ramen shop owner, so the ramen shop owner can rebuild his ramen shop. And there's a little bit more to that, but I want to kind of go through in a bit of an order, because we get to see the send-off, because Problem Solver Task Force can't pay rent, so they're getting kicked out, and they also have to move. But they have to move anyway because they've been found out by Gehenna, so they have to move to a different location so they don't get, harassed by Gehenna again, right? Because they're, they're outlaws. LARPing. Outlaws. Right? But Shiriko, the silver-haired girl, cat-looking girl with the bike, she shows up, and she's like, "Yeah, you got. I'm not gonna forgive you for blowing up the fucking ramen shop, but maybe you're not all bad. Right? Basically. Maybe you're not all bad, right? Maybe you gave the money to the guy, maybe you're not bad. So it kind of progresses in that respect, where she's like, yeah, thumbs up, you guys are kind of cool. Let's, if we let's meet again sometime. Let's be friends, right? Big friend energy, right? Let's, all's well that ends well. But the next bit, like the progression of the story, I guess this episode was that the ramen shop is saying, man, that Kaiser Corporation, though, they're like buying all of the land. And they're like buying all of the land from the air, because the schools technically are meant to own the land, right? But oh man, that but they even own the land that the ramen shop's on, and they've been raising the rent and stuff. I might not be able to, even if I rebuild it, oh no, I was thinking of closing down the ramen shop anyway because of the big housing prices, right? So and so and so and so, right? So the progression is kind of Kaiser Corp doing shady things. Why are they doing shady things? We don't know. They're doing something in the desert we don't know about. Ooh, set up, Ellie, set up. Ooh.
Yeah.
But then the episode kind of ends with a little bit more of the Hoshino kind of like, oh, something's wrong, right? But let's put a happy face. And supposedly the next episode, from what I understand, is somewhat anime original filler in a sense, where apparently they're going to go to the aquarium, which apparently also ties into Hoshino's Momo talk. So I'm interested to see how they handle that. And it might be interesting to kind of have a bit of a bit of slice of life. Maybe it'll lead to some interesting stuff. We'll see what happens next episode. But yeah, overall, I think there's enough like intrigue to keep me interested, right? There's enough kind of like, ooh, shady things going on, but there's everyone's trying to put on a brave face, but it's a bit, there's definitely problems. We got our first look at our main antagonist villain man, as you can see in the bottom corner there. He shows up at the very end of the credits because the Kaiser guy is giving a report to him about how things are going, and he's like, ooh, good, ooh, everything according to Kokaku or whatever, right? It's all going according to plan, right?
Kokaku. What
that plan is, we don't know, but we'll find out, I guess. We'll find out how it goes. So yeah, it's definitely a it's definitely some interesting stuff. I'm going to keep watching it. I think it's a pretty good adaptation, right? Because there's someone that knows the story but hasn't played the game, right? Because I know the story. I know what happens.
I assume
lore videos, right? I know what happens, right? But I haven't played the game. I feel like this is doing a pretty okay job adapting it. I feel like it does suffer from the same kind of problem that a lot of gacha games do, where the beginning of a gacha game is usually the weakest part, right? Because they have to do all of this like setup and world building and character introduction.
Characters are flat in the beginning.
Yeah, it's kind of what we were talking about when we were covering the video. Like things don't like, because everyone in the chat, remember when Eden Treaty came the words Eden Treaty get mentioned in the chat and everyone starts losing it, right? Stuff happens later on that's far more interesting than what's happening now, right? So I feel like the anime is suffering because of a problem that's not its fault, basically, right? But we'll see how it goes. I'm keen to continue. So anywho, what have you got for us?
I'll do Konosuba.
Ah, yes.
Real quick.
Funny haha show. What's going on in the funny haha show this week?
Aqua is again confirmed to not wearing any panties again.
Okay. All right.
The anime is doing... She just hangs her hands over her crotch when she's sitting on the couch. But no, she's not wearing any panties. Just to confirm once again. But as actual stuff that's going on, Kazuma is getting paid for defeating one of the generals of the Demon King, and he's now super duper rich again. So he's going to restaurants and bullies the chef because he's rich.
Right.
And
As you do.
like he's, oh, what good food, but could you spice it up a little bit and bring me your best wine? Here, have some coins, sir.
Oh, yes.
Sir, I'm missing one gold piece. No, I think I'm correct actually. You know. And then Aqua is, of course, no, not Kazuma is bringing the alcohol. Aqua is saying, "I want the best this brand of this age and this. We don't have that, madam. Well, bring me then of one of that's older." All right, and then he brings just a alcohol, a wine, that kind of. They're being very demanding and pretentious about it because they're just saying stuff. Oh, I smell the aroma of this fish name that I don't actually know. Yeah. But meanwhile, so Kazuma and Aqua are just living the fake rich, well, the actual rich life, but the fake high class society life. Also, Kazuma is getting handsomely paid for bringing all his inventions from Japan to this fantasy world. So like lighters, cigarette lighters, lighters. They are selling while they're making bank over with it, and Kazuma gets part of the pay because he invented them. So he's now double rich.
He's super rich, man.
Super rich, but there's a problem. While Darkness is training her endurance, with Megumin is helping out by somewhat torturing her, and Darkness likes that sexually, so there's a small misunderstanding that Megumin and Darkness are in a sexual kind of relationship. That gets cleared up, but Aqua offers to bless their relationship, although it wasn't necessary in the end. Aqua gets tricked into believing that the chicken egg that she has is a dragon egg. Hey, I heard you are rich. Yes, I am rich. Are you interested in a fearsome dragon? Yes, I am. Look at this egg, this magnificent egg. Only somebody as rich as you could know its true worth. And then she pays everything that she has on hand for a chicken egg. As it goes. But also, Darkness gets dragged into the shop with our veneer of the demon we know. And she gets told her fortune because there's some darkness surrounding her.
Ooh.
So she confesses to wanting to look a little bit more slim because she wants to wear cute dresses instead of being fancy dresses and big dresses because she's a big woman with big muscles. She has defined abs. She's ripped. Canonically.
Ripped.
But she's wanting to be a little bit cuter these days. And apparently she does everything shameful. So she does something shameful every night in bed. But she doesn't. Doesn't say anything more, even though Kazuma very much likes to know. But Doom is going to befall her house and herself very soon.
Oh no!
And to distract her from that, she's going to hunt some dangerous monsters.
As you do.
Aqua falls asleep in the lake. She's purifying. Monsters hate pure water. So monster wakes up. Aqua is on top of the big monster. Megumin can't explode it as she always does. End of episode. Ending theme. So there's a bit of a problem. But the rich guy that we've seen a couple of times is apparently the cause of the doom that's coming soon.
Oh.
And he's after Darkness in some way.
Okay.
So, while Darkness can't avoid her doom, Kazuma can avoid her doom.
Right.
So
right.
Kazuma
okay.
might have to do something to help out Darkness in something more than just semi-demanding that she reveals her sexual fantasies.
Interesting.
There's a plot going on. And that the egg might not be a dragon egg, but maybe it might actually.
Maybe it might.
Because in the OP there is a dragon, so who knows?
It could be funny. Yeah.
Meanwhile, I'll just go into Jellyfish into the Night real quick.
Yeah, real quick. Quick fire.
Our characters are talking about the future careers and stuff. While our main character is going into art school. Other character, our pianist, is going into music school. Our idol doesn't really have any big dreams. So she decides to go get a license for a motorcycle because somebody else also does. Kiwi in her group also wants a motorcycle license, so she just tags along because she has no goals on her own. And in a great metaphor, to earn your license, you have to drive over a beam for a while. A straight, slightly elevated beam. The trick is to not look below, but straight ahead. Towards where you are going instead of down where you are. Allegories. So she has trouble with it. They meet a woman who's apparently has done extensive cosmetic surgery. Her breasts are 3 cup sizes larger. Her face is botoxed completely. And her tattoo on her back is removed because she made some bad decisions and wants to move away from that life very, very fast, very far away. This is all more, character development, character stories, where the characters are, and character comes along and does don't watch where you are, but where you're going, and be clear about it so you don't regret, etc. See, cosmetic surgery on your face, on your breast, on your back. Something happens that made her to want to run away very far. We won't ever know what it was, but it made an impression on our characters.
Right.
But our idol eventually our idol is decided to watch forward where she's going. She passes the test. She gets a license. First thing she does is she picks up our main character to go somewhere. They go to the beach, and then they go back, and she gets a fine and a point on her license because you're in the first year you get a license. You can't carry somebody, drive with somebody on the back. So the first day she gets her license, she gets a penalty on the license.
Oof. As you do. As you do.
But in wider story, the story is still full on development, future. What do you want to do? How do you want to do it? Good stuff. Let's do something we both watching.
Yeah, what do we got?
There's no Kona and there's no Mushoku Tensei this week.
Yeah,
but
no Mushoku Tensei.
The Rangers.
Ranger time, man! This was an episode, wasn't it? This was
yeah.
Big fight time. Big fight time.
Yeah. I was hoping for a little bit more smart talking, actually. Myself, but big fighting is because
I think the interesting thing about it is it's a way that they can showcase the different characters without having to necessarily have them do it through dialogue, because we get to kind of see more of okay, we have the stereotypical rival character who's a bit headstrong, thinks he could do everything on his own, bit of an asshole, right? He's off like, no, I will do this myself. I'm big. Fuck you, right?
Yeah.
And then you have the artist girl later on, right? And there's all these hints about how they all seem to have different reasons for getting into the Rangers that seem to have some kind of revenge tilt to them, right? Because the guy is like, he's not trying to become a Ranger. The asshole guy is not trying to become a Ranger because, oh, I want to be the big Red Ranger. No, he's like, no, I will get my revenge or whatever. And then even the artist girl is like, I need to join that team, whatever. And there was even the old guy, right, who I think is the dad of the girl in the bottom corner, I think, because he's like, I have to join your team, right? I have to get to your team or something, right? Join your squad or whatever. So my theory, because he's an old man, right? My theory is that he's either the dad or an uncle or whatever, and he's trying to save her ? Or something, right? Like, I like how it's vague, right? In this sense, because it leaves room for like theory crafting like this and thinking about, hey, what are these motivations here? It's doing some good setup, I think.
I'm already forgetting the name that's Fight D.
Yeah, I don't know that. I don't know the names of anyone.
Sakurata. Our, let's say, our green eyes guy.
Girl, yeah.
Apparently was in the same orphanage as Tokita.
Yes, that was also dropped. So there's some history there going on. There's some interesting stuff.
So a lot of people are there's a world here that existed before the story started.
Yeah, I think it's quite nice to have sort of this idea of world building in the way that it's presented as like, it's not just like, oh, exposition dump, right? It's like, no, you're getting kind of drip fed these little tidbits, right? Of these little threads, right? These little threads of lore and backstory and stuff that we're probably going to find out as the story progresses, right? We're probably going to get more updates on these different plot lines as they kind of progress, right? And I like it. I think it's interesting. So kind of switching gears a little bit, we can talk about, I guess the fight itself, right? And I found it quite interesting because it showcases kind of how Fighter D, right? He's obviously not physically strong, right? But he's playing it kind of smart, right? He's coming up with these sort of strategies. He's using his ability to its, fullest potential, right?
Yeah, he had a good line. Like, he said, they are not scary, they're just strong.
Yeah, exactly. And he talks, he uses the guy's headstrongness, does some reverse psychology to get him to do what he wants him to do, right? And stuff like that. He confuses the green-haired girl and our one-eyed boy clown man here, and gets them to kind of fight amongst each other so that he can, separate them, right, in a sense, to deal with them separately. So there's some interesting stuff. And it showcases kind of how D is he's not dumb, right? He's intelligent, right? And he kind of has these interesting ideas and has to kind of fight in a non-conventional way because, if he gets hit or injured, everyone's going to know that he's Fighter D, right? Because he's going to not bleed. He's not going to bleed. He's going to turn into smoke, right? his disguise is going to be found. Yeah, his disguise is going to be found out. So he has to be extra careful to not be hit or damaged in any way. Otherwise, he's going to be fucked. So that leads to some interesting and unconventional methods of combating situations that I find quite interesting. So, yeah, overall it was a really good episode. I thought it was quite good. I'm interested to kind of see how we progress, right? How we kind of find. I'm interested to find more out about the world, right?
Yeah, that's what the hints that they dropped were fun, but I wanted a little bit more. That's what I maybe meant with more smart conversation. That give me the exposition. That's boring fighting.
Well,
fighting is boring. Give me exposition.
Fighting is boring. Give me exposition. Well, I don't know. I kind of like the drip feed. I like the drip feed method, but it is going to be kind of dependent on where it goes and how much time we get, right? Because that's like a slow burn method of storytelling that only really works when you have like Furion, for example, right? Where you have 50 something episodes where you could drip those things across multiple episodes, right? So we'll see how we go. See how it turns out. But so far, I'm definitely intrigued. I'm interested to kind of know, because you are in the beginning, you're presented with, everyone loves the Rangers. The Rangers are so cool.
Yeah,
Rangers
from the outside
are
at
big,
least.
Yeah, from the outside. But now you're starting to learn. Wait, no, there's all these characters that hate the Rangers. Why do they hate the Rangers? What's going on here, right? Interesting.
And they hate each other, and this one hates this guy more than her own leader, and this guy really hates this particular guy from a different team, but does like the leader. And it's going to be a fun, complex web of relationships that I feel.
Yeah. Indeed. So anyhow,
also they are all those first rank junior members are way too strong.
Yeah, very strong. So anyhow, what do we got? What's
let's do eighth, not eighth, because it's on number 8. 7 Prince.
Hey, so this was an episode, wasn't it?
Very
big depression.
Dramatic episode.
Oh man, I had a feeling it was gonna kind of go like this, where there was gonna be some twist, right? Like I was feeling it. I was feeling, hey, this boy, the big brother character, right, for the assassin girl, right, this not gonna be as he seems, right? I had a feeling that was gonna happen, and I was thinking it was gonna be something like, oh, it was all just like politics, right? Political ploy, to get these powerful people on the side for the save the kingdom, right? Noble intentions, deception, so and so, that kind of thing. I wasn't really expecting 1,000 years of torture.
Yeah.
Right? Because man, what happened to him sounds so fucking man.
Yeah.
So for context, Teleport Man gets teleported halfway around the world on the other side of the planet, right? And a demon possesses him because apparently there's demons on the other side of the planet, right? And it literally just mind rapes him for fucking ages and breaks him down and gets him to kill himself over and over and over again to try and save his friends until he pretty much just gives up and the demon takes full control over the body, right? And masters the teleportation magic and is now like tricked the friends to come to the castle so that the other his demon bros can possess the other ones so that they can gain the powers, right? And it's so fucking brutal. Like,
there's some real body horror going on.
Yeah, there's some real shit. Because there's been a little bit of, you had the dog guy and the zombie dogs and stuff before, and that was kind of creepy. He was kind of creepy. That was kind of weird, and and you had like the lich guy, and he was kind of scary and spooky. But this is like full on like horror shit. Like this is fucking man. This world is crazy.
Like, how did it survive up to this point?
Yeah, how are the demons on the other side of the world? How did they get? What's going on here? How there's some questions here that need to be answered. I think there's some world building questions I have. Right, it's a little. I understand the show's not taking itself too seriously, but I would like a little bit more context, please. What's happening here? So basically they get tricked to go to the mansion. Our goat boy gets yeeted. Because Lloyd was, I guess the context I should have added is Lloyd was sleeping, so they let Lloyd sleep while they scoped out the castle, and they kind of fell for the trap, basically. And so Demon Man is essentially torturing, our fucking, assassin girl here. He's like, who gave you that tattoo?
Why don't just
sell out your friend? Yeah, how dare someone sully my property, right? My property. Who sullied my property, like acting like he owns her now and stuff, right?
Yeah, because
who
he raised her after all, kinda.
Yeah. Well, we don't know like when the demon took over, right? Like,
yeah, but because he's in the body that raised her, that means he has property over her body.
Or something like that. Yeah, something like that. But he's like, yeah, and he's like trying to force her to like give up Lloyd or whatever, and she's like biting her tongue and trying to stop
from saying something,
because he's using some kind of magic to like force them to obey him and stuff.
He's basically has the abilities of the guy that speaks, that makes the words makes the truth.
Yeah, so he fucking it's fucking wild, and of course our boy Lloyd shows up and he's like, yeah, it was me.
What you gonna do about it?
What are you gonna do? Yeah, he like blows a fucking hole into the center of the fucking planet. Just like damn. Yeah. So this next episode we're obviously gonna get the fight or whatever, and there was some hints of that in the credits part where Lloyd is supposedly gonna get impaled somehow. So that's gonna be fun to see how he deals with that.
Very quickly, I assume.
Yeah, very quickly, I assume. But we're gonna see how this kind of plays out because. I kind of like this format though, right? Because it's a very similar format to what happened with the dog demon guy, right? Where it's like, oh, the dog demon shows up and he's like fucking up everyone, right? And he's he ends up fucking up, the maid girl and the fighter girl and the brother. Excuse me, and the brother and all that. And then Lloyd just kind of comes in and just fucking smokes his ass. Comes in and just kind of smokes his ass. I'm interested to kind of see if it's going to be the same kind of formula and if that's going to be like a repeating formula throughout like if the series gets more than one season, right? Because we are getting kind of, we'll see how it goes through the final episodes, right? I'm interested to see if that's going to be like the format where it's like, oh, we get a new character introduction. That character, has a demon thing happen, or what, Lloyd has to come and deal with it. And
I do think this is kind of the last demon we'll see in this way for a little
while.
Probably.
But it's almost like a villain of the week kind of setup in a sense. But it's
villain of the month,
kind
of more.
Villain of the month, yeah. But I don't know. I quite like it. I think it's kind of cool. And it's still got the same kind of. But it's an interesting contrast, right? Because we've had like a lot of Lloyd's antics. Like the episode before, it was mostly him just kind of having fun with the assassins, right? Like they have a fight, but it's more kind of Lloyd. It's more light-hearted, right? And the whole show has kind of been a bit more light-hearted and kind of chill in a sense, right? Even though there has been stuff like the demon dog guy who was kind of, creepy and whatnot. But now we're like, man. Time for torture, time for mind rape. Time for all. I made him just kill himself over and over, mentally. And oh man. So yeah, very interesting. I don't know if you have anything else to add to it.
No. I wonder if they can save Jade because that was his name.
Yeah.
He was a nice guy. He cared for his family, his found family.
We'll wonder if he's actually, still alive in there. Maybe.
Ooh, maybe.
Maybe Lloyd will dig into his brain and dig him back out or something.
Yeah, demons lie all the time, so.
Yeah. We'll see how it goes. But yeah, it was pretty good. Pretty good episode.
Yeah,
it was interesting.
We don't have much else. Are you still up with Kaiju 8?
Yes, actually I am, but I don't have any images for it.
Yeah.
I'm too lazy to do images for it.
Alright.
Maybe you'll have to set up like a single image version of Kaiju 8. So
I
I can
have the
talk about it
poster
without...
still, but
You got the post, yeah, you got the that last one, yeah. So Kaiju 8, he's gone. We've gone off on the first real hunt, right? The first it's a giant mushroom kaiju that's spawning tons of mushroom kaijus, right? And all the characters are kind of doing their thing, right? They're killing the kaijus and stuff. It's going well. Our middle-aged man, Kaiju 8 man, he's struggling with killing them, but then he is like, he's like, man, I need to do something otherwise I'm gonna get fired. I have to make myself useful. And then he sees like the corpses of the kaiju and he goes, yeah, I know what I can do. And then he jumps over into the corpse of the kaiju and he's like, so that's where its weak point is, and that's where its reproductive organs are. If we don't destroy the reproductive organs, that's going to spawn more of them because they're like mushrooms, right?
yeah.
And when they die, they'll spread spores and stuff, right? So he's like he rings up the commander and he's like, Commander, I found the weak point, and so and the commander's like, cool, that was good, you did a good job. We will relay that to everyone on the front line. Awesome. And so it's like I helped. I helped. And then of course the sniper girl, or the girl that he's trying to like catch up to, she wipes out the main giant mushroom kaiju that's spawning all the small ones by blasting the ever living shit out of it. And there's an interesting thing, right? Because the whole promise that they made when they were kids, right, was we're gonna see who's gonna be the coolest, anti-kaiju member, right? I'm gonna be the coolest. No, I'm gonna be the coolest, right? And she, throughout the whole show, she's shown as like this very stern, very blank, you kind of see it in the images on screen, right? She's shown as kind of like very much commander, authority, take seriously, no smile, big, get the job done kind of girl, right? But so she shoots the kaiju once, misses the core. Okay, that's fine. Shoots the kaiju twice, destroys the core, it falls over, and then she's like, I'm gonna fire again. And Commander's like, okay. And then she fires again, and then destroys even more of the kaiju. And she's like, I'm gonna fire again, give me clearance. And they're like, it's already dead. No, I'm gonna fire again. And she fires again, and everyone's like, "Why does she keep firing at it?" And then she stops once it's like fully gone or whatever, right? And she's still stern, whatever, right? But she kind of looks down.
With her particulars.
Well, no. She looks down at where Kaiju 8 Man is, and she's like, "I'm cooler than you." In her head, she's like, we'll see who looks cool. We'll see who becomes the coolest. So it's like, so even though she's definitely changed externally from when she was a kid, right? There's this hint that deep down, right? Deep in her psyche, deep down, she's still got that childish, I'm gonna be the cool one. I'm gonna be the one that's cool. Look at me and disintegrate the kaiju and like with my big laser sniper rifle. This is so cool. So, it's quite good. So now what's happening is like all of the little baby kaijus have erupted from the small kaiju, and so now they will have to deal with that. But if you remember from the last episode I talked about where the talking kaiju showed up.
Yeah.
And he destroyed our our blonde twin tail girl, who's the big 55% of suit. She's so powerful. Wrecked in like 2 hits, right? Wrecked in like that's the end of that last episode. Was the 2 of the other characters have bumped into him, and he's like, man, you guys destroyed my kaiju so quickly. How could you do that? Do you have someone on your team that knows about kaiju? What's going? How did you do this? What's going on? So I think next episode it's gonna be fight with other talking kaiju man who's kaiju, probably got kaijuified the same way that our boy got kaijuified, but it's so some interesting stuff going on. I think Kaiju 8 is interesting to me because it has a lot of themes. To use the video essayist terms, it's got themes, and one of the themes that I quite like is the difference between talent versus learnt skill. Because you have these characters that all kind of have this dynamic of I was born with more skill than you because I'm younger. It's like younger character that has natural born talent and is been training that natural born talent for ages and become even stronger, and so and so and so and so, which is but the blonde girl basically, right? And then you have the older character, which is he never realized any of his potential at all. He's never had potential. He has to start from scratch, right? He didn't get a talent head start, right? So he has to start from scratch. And there's a few other characters that have that going on. There's a friendly rivalry thing between the Air Force guy and this other guy, where they're like competing with each other in a friendly way to try and get stronger and that kind of stuff. And it all kind of comes back to this sort of through line of, talent versus, hard work, right?
Yeah.
Which one is going to prevail?
Even.
Expertise as well. So and I really like that. I think that's a really interesting kind of theme to explore, especially in a shonen, right? Because it's very different to big tournament arc, get stronger, big hero man, big turmoil, big stuff. It seems a bit more kind of down to earth in a sense, where it's tackling a subject that I think is not really talked about a whole lot. And that being that, people can get, especially when we talk about art, right? There are people that, just kind of start out in high school doing art, and they'll, can draw these amazing things and stuff when they're like a teenager. And then they keep drawing and they just get better and better and better and better at, doing art. And then you have other people that, didn't have that talent as a teen and didn't really get into doing art until maybe much later in life. And they kind of have to start from a different square oneage, and they have to kind of look at these younger people that are way more like they appear way more talented, right? And there's this like feeling of inferiority that can kind of come from that if you're not careful. But the lesson being learnt is that everyone has to start somewhere, right? Everyone has a starting point. Some people's starting points might be a little bit further ahead than others, but if you do still put in the work, you can achieve your potential, right? And I have a feeling that's kind of where Kaiju 8 is kind of heading with that. But it's going to be interesting to see how the whole he is also technically gained this ability that's super powerful, like the Kaiju part of him, which is he's the big 98% whatever Kaiju or whatever, right? Like how that kind of fits into it, because it's almost like he got given a cheat, right?
Yeah.
Because he's super, like he doesn't use that power, because if he uses that power and he got found out, then he'd be like put in a lab, right, and then studied and dissected and killed, right, or whatever. So he can't use that power a lot or all the time unless he's he needs to be able to use it in a way that's not going to have him get found out. But that acts kind of as an almost like foil to the message, right? Because it's like, oh, he just got given a cheat, right? So how does that play into the overall theme of, talent versus, as you put it, I think skill and, expertise, I guess was the word. Yeah. Like how does that play into the theme of talent versus expertise, right? Him getting this kind of wild card, cheat skill almost. So I think there's some interesting dynamics and theme going on in Kaiju 8. So I'm definitely going to be keeping up with it. If I can remember to take pictures, I would. It's hard because I want to watch it, but I'm watching it with my finger on the screenshot button. Like I do this with Blue Archive. It's why I send Ellie 15 caps from Blue Archive, and he just picks the ones that he thinks
mean something
or whatever. Yeah, because I'm just sitting there with my finger on the button, right? And I'm like, oh, that would look like a cool cap. push, 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 push. And I'm still paying attention to the show, obviously, but I think it's like it adds like another level of fucking like mental strain. I have to fucking remember to hit the button or every so often to get a cap. So,
And
but yeah, no.
most of the time I do it on the day of the stream. I go back and say, what?
Yeah, I might have to start doing that too. Or maybe watch the episode first and then just kind of go back and jump through it. Do it that way. But yeah, Kaiju 8's pretty good. I would recommend it. I think it's quite fun. I think there's some interesting stuff going on in it. I'm interested to see how the big fight with this other talking kaiju is gonna go. It's gonna be interesting.
Mm. So I think we only have one left.
Yep.
And that's girls band Cry.
Girls crying band cry band cry.
Yeah.
Cry.
So chronological order, because it's a good story in that way. Our main character Nina is visited by her sister. Her sister is generally on her side, says that dad was being a bit of an ass, being a bit of wrong.
Dad's an asshole, yep.
But
Sounds
feel
right.
a little bit bad for dad, because dad is a famous professor on education of children. And it's kind of stressful to be a professor and an author on educating children and not being able...
But your kids run away, yeah. Oh no.
So that's kind of difficult for dad and difficult for her to meet the expectations of dad that dad has on her, etc., etc. And
oh no.
Big family conflict.
Oh boy. Oh no.
Alright, but our group is going off to a club to perform there, because our most experienced member performed there, and there was the place they really took off as diamond dust. And that's kind of the main competition Nina has in her own hand, and Momoka, the experienced leader, really wants to leave that behind, but she kind of keeps getting dragged back in. Also, before I forget, Nina's grade has been falling. She's not.
Oh no!
She's not appearing at the cram school as she should, and
oh no!
That's why the sister.
What? Oh.
That's why the sister is there, because the household get a phone call that she wasn't at school as much anymore.
Oh no!
So sister says,
no.
"Yeah, I agree. It wasn't too great over there, but now you're here and you're not doing any better, so I can't help you that much anymore. So deal with it, or dad will come, maybe."
Yeah. Big
Watch
trouble.
Out.
Big. Yeah.
Sort
your shit.
Anyway,
sort your shit.
Yeah, they go on a road trip in the car, sleep in the car, travel in the car. Momoka can't drive with gears. Manual.
Oh no.
So, other character steps in, and she's very kind of a motherly, can do everything character. Can feel everybody's vibe character. But they arrive, they meet the owner, the lady. She's a artist, does art, musician on her own. She thought about doing the school and then becoming a teacher, her studies job of some kind. But no, she's an artist, a real artist. Makes money doing artist. Musician stuff.
Fancy arty things, yes.
Yes, it's stressful. She might next day she might be out of a job, but she's doing it anyway. Nina talks about being anxious about doing that kind of stuff. It's all fine. They're doing a rehearsal, a practice run. Momoka announces at the end of the rehearsal she's leaving the band.
Oh no!
After the concert. This shatters Nina right through the middle. In a very good imagery, the screen cracks. Perfectly cracks in half right on Nina. And Momoka can't really be convinced with words in that way. She really doesn't want to be held back by her past or others in that sense. She's kind of annoying in that way. But she wants to play music, but she doesn't. She wants to. Oh, she only wants to play music. And other people being there isn't playing music. So that's kind of difficult. But they have the concert, and at the concert, Momoka is going to announce this is the last of her performance. She's going to quit anyway. She was going to quit in episode 1, but she didn't. So now she's also going to quit actually. But right after the performance ends, Nina is announcing she's quitting school.
Ooh. Uh-oh.
She's going full-time musician. Do you hear that, Momoka? You can't do an announcement right now, and you're the most experienced one right here. I have placed my future in your hands.
Oh.
I have made my problem your problem. You can't quit right now, Momoka. It's very telling because top left, I mean. When she's announcing that she's quitting school, she isn't really announcing it to the crowd. She is announcing it to Momoka.
Right.
Like, I am not going to let you quit. Here, have my future.
You sit the fuck down. You sit the fuck down, girl.
My problem is your problem, and if you quit now, you're destroying my future. Do you want to destroy my future?
Oh god.
Yeah.
So yeah, interesting stuff.
Nina is terrible.
Oh well,
Nretsew,
sounds like
I'm
a fun
going
time.
to quit my job. Oh, but Nretsew, you're thinking about not doing this anymore. Nretsew, I am now announcing that I'm quitting my job and doing YouTube full time. Nretsew, you can't leave right now. You can't leave anymore.
Yeah, that's oh fuck, man. That's so fucking wrong, man.
Yeah, it's
interesting though. It is interesting, but it's wrong. Yeah.
Nina is the worst because in the episode of Subaru with her grandmother, where she's in acting school, but she doesn't really want to do acting. She wants to do music instead. So Nina is going, yeah, Subaru, tell her you what you really want to do. Don't hide what you really want to do from your parents and your family. Do it, say it. And then when she hears, Grandma, but I really wanted to act together with my granddaughter. That would be really fun for me. No, I had nobody else sharing my passions, and I really would like if my granddaughter shared my passions. And when Nina hears that, she says, "No, Subaru, keep it a secret, keep it bottled up. Don't quit, quit acting school. Stay with the band and fake your way through acting." Because I am feeling a connection with your grandmother, and therefore you can't quit. So you can't do what you can't do what you want to do because I want you to do what I want to do. And she's done it twice now.
God.
Really? It's like I said, this is the kind of rivaling Ranger Reject as anime of the season for me. Now,
yeah, definitely sounds good.
I mean, it's a little. If I'm looking at this list I have right now, it's a heavy contenders. Mushoku Tensei is kind of hard because Mushoku Tensei remains Mushoku Tensei. Kind of hard to judge it on that. Konosuba is the funniest but would you expect anything else? But Girls Band Cry is just a collection of terrible characters being completely terrible, and it's the best ever. And Ranger Reject is a very fun twist with some actual things that has to say. So good stuff this season.
Yeah, we eating good, boys.
Also, and of course, Jellyfish in the Night is all about character development. Just every episode, character development of every kind. Good stuff. But yeah, that was the animes.
End of animes. We've had a good chat. Had a good time.
Yeah, I've been playing Dishonored 2 a little bit. I've not been playing much Helldivers, but I've been...
Yeah, I haven't been playing Helldivers. I'm waiting for the balance patch. I want them to do the balance patch that they've been hinting at. Because we could kind of talk about the news about Helldivers. Did you hear about the CEO and what he's done?
The CEO quits, and there's a new CEO, and the CEO is now doing...
He's so what he did was he was like, all of the CEO stuff is gay. I hate being the CEO. It's bad. I hate it. I hate CEO. I quit being CEO. I'm now creative director, advisor, man. I'm going to directly do, stuff like that, right? So it's I think it's an interesting move. The guy, I always like the guy. I think the guy seems like a stand-up guy based on what I've seen on his Twitter, right? He seems like he's, he actually genuinely cares about the game and wants it to do well despite, everything, right? Despite everything, right? He does seem like a pretty decent guy, and I feel like he probably can do more in a creative... Like, it always felt like he was just like the guy in the office that they picked to be the CEO or something, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like, it feels like he was more suited for a creative role based on how he talks about the game and how he tweets. So, yeah, there it is, Helldivers. So I think him stepping down from CEO and kind of taking a bit more of a creative role is probably a good decision. And it's going to be interesting to kind of see how that plays out, right? Because obviously it's all well and good that it happened, but it's what comes of that action that's more important.
Yeah, but you only see the effects would only come in in a half a year or so.
Well, we'll see what happens with this balance patch, because I'm fucking waiting for that. Because I agree with the community sentiment. Primary weapons way too underpowered. Time to kill way too fucking slow. Too much. I think one of the problems I have is there's too much required specialization, right? For example, like charges, right?
Mm-hmm.
The charges for the bugs. There's really only a few weapons that can reliably deal with charges, right? Like the flamethrower is one of them. The flamethrower is really good for dealing with charges because you just shoot their leg as they're charging you, right?
Mm-hmm.
And that with the flamethrower, and that kills them quite quickly because of how the damage is calculated or whatever. Anything that's anti-armor, right? And even then, you still have to kind of aim for the back, right? The weak point, right? So you have the anti-tank missiles are one thing. Quasar cannon, a lot. There's a few ways to deal with it, but it means that you're always kind of required to take something to deal with them. It's the same with Biotitans, right? Like, you need to have either one guy on the team has to take something to deal with them, or if you're running solo or you're running with two people or whatever, right? You have to all kind of it forces you into certain builds, right? Which is kind of my problem, because the game feels like it's trying to do okay, all these tools kind of have their own little unique purposes. It's and so and so, but there are some that are just objectively better than others, right? And if you take something like the autocannon, right? The autocannon is a fantastic weapon because you could do multiple things with it. You can destroy bug holes and factories with it. It can pretty much melt most things, right? It's pretty much a fuck everything type weapon, right? But it takes up a backpack slot, which means if you take the autocannon, you can't take any of the backpack stratagems, and you can't do anything with that, right? You can't take a shield generator or a jetpack or something else, right?
Yeah, but the thing
So,
is,
but the thing is if you are required to take something like an autocannon to deal with like 90% of things in the game, and the autocannon is the most effective weapon to use against those particular things, everyone's just going to start running the same fucking build, right? And that's kind of where the problem is. And that's why I think they need to do a balancing patch. Because, and the way I would like to see it happen is I just think that the primaries across the board need to be buffed. Just all of them. You know, especially the assault rifles. They're suffering quite a lot right now. They need to be, you know, just make it so that like you don't have to take, you know, a specific, like, or have multiple options, right? I guess. I
yeah,
don't know.
the thing
I'm not a
is,
game designer. I'm just going off my vibes. I'm just going off my vibes.
yeah, the
I'm
thing
not a
is,
game designer.
I am going more of the flow with that kind of deal. I have a couple of things that I do and take on a specific kind of missions, right? If I'm running a regular Terminate mission, you know, just running around the map kind of deal, I kind of always take a stalwart and a anti-tank with me, and the other two are usually some kind of airstrike, some kind of orbital strike. That covers everything that I want to do, and that is everything that I actually want to do. I'm not really interested in napalm or electro or mortars or turrets of the most of the times. If I'm just walking around, that's what I'm going to do. As for my primary, I use originally I'm doing more of a shotgun type. I'm taking with me, but I usually go for bots. And with my bots, I have a standard equipment that I like to use. It's a marksman rifle diligence, the standard diligence, with some good zoom in, so I can headshot all the bots that dare to come close. Then I have a orbital strike that, you know, just shoots the heaviers real quick. Then I have my bombardment, the cluster bombs, the airstrike with the missiles, and I have my autocannon. That's my kind of my setup. Also, with on terminal missions, my secondary is a kind of is the new grenade, not newest, the grenade launcher gun.
Yeah.
And on the terminates is the kind of the full automatic one.
Yeah.
That's kind of my loadouts for a regular bot, a regular terminate, and those are the styles I like to play. And those styles, it's always kind of a chicken and egg. These are the styles I like to play. These styles work, so I want to play them.
Yeah.
So,
and I guess my kind of thing is that I feel like, yeah, I feel like there's definitely some balancing that needs to be had, especially with, like I mentioned, the assault rifles. I feel because assault rifles feel like they're like I shouldn't have to mag dump everything, right? Like I shouldn't have to mag dump. I don't know, what are those ones? The even if I'm getting headshots, and I watched a guy's video that talks about this, because part of the problem is that all the different parts on on the bodies of the enemies have different health pools, right? So let's say, what are the Devastators, right? The big robots with the heads, right? So the chest and the arms and the legs and the head are all separate health pools, right? And so if I'm aiming for headshots, right, and it takes three shots to kill the head, if I miss one of the shots and hit the body, that means that I've wasted damage because I've done damage to the torso instead of the head. And that decreases the TTK, right? The time to kill, because it means now I have to use an extra round to get my headshots off, which is probably why the diligence counter sniper, right, is become more prevalent to be used because that can one-shot the Devastators in the head with a headshot, right? But if you miss that one shot, then again, it's going to, more ammo getting used, right? And so I feel like part of the problem is, let's say like you're in an emergency situation and you need to like kill something really quick. You're not aiming, right? If you mag dump the torso, if your shots miss the torso and they hit like the arm or the leg or something like that, that damage isn't being sheared, right? Which is causing, you to lose, time to kill the thing, because you're not going to be 100% accurate all the bloody time, right? So especially if you're using like fully automatic fire, because you're just trying to like clear what you need to clear, right? So I feel like TDK is the main thing they need to work on, is just make it so that, especially for mob type enemies, right? For stuff that's like, like those Devastator things with the chainsaws, right? Those things are a pain in the fucking ass to deal with, right? So, yeah. But anyway, So, CEO stepped down, became creative director. We'll see what happens. I'm waiting for the balancing patch, because they have said multiple times, yes, we agree with the player base. Something needs to change. We're going to look into it. We're going to do a big balancing patch at some point. So I'm kind of waiting for that before I jump back into Helldivers. So see how it goes. But yeah, other than that, I don't think I haven't played really anything.
Yeah,
I've been too busy drawing and doing other stuff to.
Hades 2 is a good game that I've now decided to actually let it rest. I've defeated the overworld boss, the upper world boss 2 times. I've defeated Kronos 2 times. Now I feel like I'm missing, story cutscenes if I'm doing more.
Right.
Because, there's stuff after you defeat them, but there's now just a splash screen that says, "Congratulations."
Congratulations!
And then you teleport back to home base and not actually see what happens when you defeat them. So I'm going to leave it until there's some updates for new zone or new thing.
More content. Yeah.
I am confident that I can defeat. I have the muscle memory to defeat the 2 bosses on relatively easily. With some good patience and a good enough build, a little bit of luck, I can defeat both the overworld and the underworld boss.
Alright. Well, I think we're pretty much done then.
Almost 5 hours. It's actually a long stream.
Yeah, it's been a long one. It doesn't feel like 5 hours though. It's been a productive cast. It's not going to be 10 hours.
I've been stealthily cutting down the length of the previous stream. It's now a manageable stream.
Oh, good. I will maybe go back and do timestamps for that, maybe. But I will prioritize getting this stream done first. So
yeah.
And then I'll probably look at getting clips and stuff from both streams, because I got to get clips up on the channel again. So anyway, I will. I guess we'll catch you guys next time. Later. Bye. Actually, end the stream this time.